वाटलं स्क्रिप्ट वगैरे
Good morning, all. Welcome to the third day, session 1 of this refresher program. We will just wait for 5 minutes. Few participants are joining. After 5 minutes, we'll start the session. Respected speaker has joined. So I would like to test the speaker and webcam of respected speaker. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. So shall we start? Good morning, one and all. So welcome to the day 3 session 1. So we are very much lucky to have a speaker like Professor Y.V. Joshi, and it is my great privilege to introduce today's speaker, Professor Y.V. Joshi, currently who is a director at SGGS Nanded. So today he is going to talk on the topic general methodologies to be employed by teacher. Sir has completed his PhD from IIT Delhi in the year 1998. He has completed his MTech from SGGS Nanded in 1991 and BTech in 1986 from the same institute. Currently, sir is working as a director at SGGS Nanded since April 2018, and he is a professor of electronics and telecommunication engineering from July 2001. Sir was assistant professor from 1993 to 2001 in the same institute. He has also shouldered the director at Walchand College, Sangli since from 2009 to 2013. Also, he has shouldered many responsibilities like head of the department, dean academics, dean research mobilization, registrar at SGGS Nanded. So he has vast experience at SGGS Nanded. His research contribution is well known. He has more than 30 research publications in well-reputed peer-reviewed international journals having very high impact factor. Also, he has published more than 30 research papers in international and national conferences. He has guided 11 research students, and currently 8 students are working for their PhD dissertation. Sir has many recognition. Just I'd like to list few. He received award for excellence in industrial leadership from ISTE Maharashtra and Goa session in 2019. He visited many universities in USA for academic as well as research collaboration and successfully collaborated with many universities. He visited USA, Dubai, Malaysia, Singapore, and Hong Kong, China for presenting research papers. He chaired many sessions, but few are the 2 sessions in USA in international conferences. He conducted 3 alumni meet in USA with the SGGS Engineers Association, Alumni Association. He is the member of IEEE, Fellow of Institution of Engineers, then Fellow of IETE, Life Member of ISTE. He conducted several FDPs at SGGS Nanded. He was the instrumental in starting PG at PG, that is MTech program in VLSI design from academic year 2015-16 at SGGS Nanded. And his major focus on industry collaboration in this program. So he has established industry sponsored laboratory with Center of VLSI Design at SGGS Nanded. He was instrumental in bringing the fund from DST FIST project worth for 74 lakhs at SGGS Nanded. He is the academic council member at Batu Lonere and was the academic council member at SRTM Nanded. He has worked on various committees like NBA, AICTE, ISTE, then DT, UGC, T-Cube, N-Cube, like many committees, he has worked as member and chairman. So with this short bibliography, I would like to invite Professor Joshi to deliver his talk. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to be here for this FDP organized by Vidya Pratishthan's College of Engineering, Baramati. I am amongst all the motivated teachers. I first of all thank Dr. Bichkar, who happens to be my classmate as well as a very close friend, and the coordinator of this program, Dr. Hivrekar, for inviting me to share my experiences. Although the headline, the title of the talk is General Methodologies to be Employed by a Teacher, I am going to share mainly my experiences as a teacher. Friends, this program is today in third day. Many great personalities have delivered their talks in this FDP. They were really great ones. I also thank Mr. Nitin Jadhav for introducing me with much details. Actually, such detailed introduction causes a wall between the speaker and the listeners, which I did not want to. But then it's now created. So it's my responsibility to break that wall. As you know, if the teacher has more credentials, the students don't come to him. So the teacher has to go to the students and try to convince them that he is trying his best to teach. As all of us know, can I share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Please let me know if it is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
So I'll be making use of slides as well as a whiteboard in explaining my experiences to all of you. So talk is, there was no other better thing that I found. So I just gave in a hurry the title of the talk as General Methodologies to be Employed by the Teacher. Basically, I wanted to share my perceptions and personal experiences. So I don't claim that what I'm going to say is all the time right. It's my personal experience, and as it's talked about very often, that there is no shortcut or faster algorithm for becoming a good teacher or a great teacher. A teacher has to continuously experiment. If he experiments, then the students learn. There is a possibility of learning by the students happening. We need to teach a subject, and every time as a teacher, we also learn. That's the core of it. I have experienced this in my whole life. I have taught many courses, but while teaching, every time, even in spite this semester also, I taught a course for the first time again. The course was taught for the first time, but the entire experience was shared with the students. And I presume that students were quite accepted. I mean, they were accepting all the that I was saying, and they have learned. This is what I assume. No feedback is available. thanks to pandemic, the feedback is available only through quizzes and some small experiment that you conduct. So it's only experience sharing that I'm going to do with you. So nothing right or wrong. These are my personal experiences. So please accept them as my personal experiences. It is not a prescription. This is a general quote that is shared every time on Teachers' Day by many students on WhatsApp and other things. A mediocre teacher tells, an average or a good teacher explains, a superior teacher demonstrates, a great teacher motivates or inspires. I am trying to become a good teacher. I am an average teacher at present. So I'll let you know through my experiences what I am. So please, I request all of you to forget my introduction. I have tried to be better every day. Therefore, I continuously experimented, and that's how I could do something to this community. So, what is the role of a teacher? A teacher has to work with the aspirations of the students. This is very important. Prior to this outcome-based education and all that, mainly the education was the teacher-centric. So teachers were great. Teachers had all the control. In fact, now also it is. But then the process of making the system student-centric has begun. Therefore, in the new parlance, we need to probably work with aspirations of the students. There are situations where all of us are engineering teachers. The students who have come to engineering institutes are not at all by their choice. Early days it used to be. Even the same thing is true for a teaching profession. It used to be said, when you don't get any other job, you come to teaching. So that means it is the last preferred kind of a profession. Even engineering these days is also of this. Therefore, we are actually seeing lots of seats remaining vacant. And then there is a distraction, lot of distraction happening. Like usually teachers adopt the methodology that he has seen his teachers using. So he tries to mimic his teachers, that too best of them. Whosoever the best teacher that he had come across from schooling to college and till his PhD, he tries to imbibe the similar characteristics of his teachers, good teachers. In this perspective, I wish the teachers has to work with the aspirations of the students. The class of students who have come to this profession, to this college, the learning engineering, have not come here by choice. They have come here by compulsion, and you need to teach them. So it is very difficult to imbibe in them curiosity. I have personal experience in doing this. Like, for example, it is said that most of the times the placement companies in our college talk about that your students are technically good but are weak in communication skills. This may be true in general, but I have a counter argument to this. One who is technically good will not find a difficulty in communication skills. This argument, when I'm giving, it's because certain things have to happen in schools. You cannot imbibe them at the latter age. The students coming to us are all 17 plus minimum. In such a scenario, the core development of thinking, of articulation, which was supposed to happen at the age of 6, 7, 8, 9, which has already happened. However, the meaning of this communication skill is Communication skills are to be taught in engineering with minor kind of finishing. We have to give finishing touches. Soft skills, I understand, right? So imbibing curiosity has to happen at the schooling level. If it's not happening, our task becomes very, very difficult. And in such a situation, we have to imbibe in them curiosity. How do you imbibe them curiosity? My personal experience tells me like this. I used to teach a course on VLSI. These days, VLSI work at even less than 10 nanometer. 7 nanometer is a technology. Saying this, it doesn't really motivate. But how small is that 7 nanometer? How much small it is? If you try to visualize them, if you tell them what is that 7 nanometer, can you see it using bare eyes? 7 nanometer, a transistor size 7 nanometer, the channel length 7 nanometers. Unless the student gets, visualize this, he will not get developed. He will not develop curiosity in him. And if you don't understand what is 7 nanometer, 7 nanometer is 7 into 10 raised to minus 9. No. Physically, what is 7 nanometer? So curiosity of this must be imbibed into the students so that he becomes a good engineer. He becomes a good human being. We also need to excite them for gaining more and more knowledge and skills. The role of a teacher. We, as a teacher, can only give them basics. The applications and the other details, if the curiosity is imbibed into them, then they can think of gaining more and more knowledge and skills required for becoming a good student. And which is what is a job of a teacher, is to excite them with these simple principles. A teacher has to be a role model for students. This role model includes how he not only behaves in the class, but outside the class as well. When you try to become a role model, that means you will have to be passing through a very difficult phase. It is very difficult to become a role model. Leading by example, very, very difficult. You can only say when you practice it. That's what is role model. You say something and you act differently. That's not the behavior of a role model. So a teacher has to behave like a role model. Very difficult in these days. Lots of distractions happening around us. A teacher has also to imbibe in them, in the students, the work culture, ethics, honesty, sincerity, and hard work. An example can be given of honesty, which is usually we are taught in the schools, honesty is the best policy. How can honesty be a policy? It's a true value. So value-based education is, when you say honesty, it cannot be a policy. If it becomes a policy, that means sometimes you can be dishonest. You can tolerate dishonesty. That's not true. Honesty at all levels. Honesty must be a true value. We have to imbibe in the students this kind of principles or values. Then, before starting a class, before starting a course, we need to know the learners. As a teacher, I must know my learners. In communication system, in electronics and communication systems, we have a model, or even the same model is used in teaching communication skills, which says that there is a transmitter, there is a receiver, and in between there is a channel. So the job of a receiver is to understand the job of the transmitter is to understand the receivers in order to make the communication effective. In that perspective, a teacher has to know the learners. Who are our students? We also need to, as a teacher, we need to set the expectations before teaching a course. I must tell you, in case if you have any questions, we can take it at the end, but you can also break me in between if you have any comments to be passed. you can stop me. Get to know the students' expectations as well. And then match the self expectations with student expectations in order to be effective. It needs time to know the learners, it needs time to understand the receivers. It is also said that we need to condition their minds so that the learning becomes simple, so that teaching also becomes simple. So this is called conditioning of the receivers. The statements made by a teacher in a class cannot be applied elsewhere because the receivers are originally conditioned, and under that conditioning what teacher is saying is more relevant. So learner classification, learners can be classified in various ways. We have, empowering learning is a complex and challenging task. We need to do that as a teacher. I personally divide the learners into three categories, or in general, student categorization is proactive, reactive, and inactive. All of you also might have experienced that you don't need to teach proactive learners or proactive students. From the schooling, their school teachers have made efforts to make them proactive. And this proactive means there is an urge of learning that is already developed in them. In reactive, a reactive set, which is more population in our classrooms, proactive population is around 10%, 10 to 20% at the most. Reactive population is more, 50, 60, 70%, which is when a teacher tells, they act. Of course, what I'm saying is, this is my perception about the population. Population may vary. In some classes, there may be students who are not at all proactive. They are neither reactive, mostly inactive only. Inactive means in spite of the teachers telling them to do something, they are not doing anything. They are not learning. They are least interested in the learning from the classroom. They might be interested to learn several other things out of the classroom, but they are not interested to learn from you. The job of a teacher is to teacher or education institutes or education in general is to make these reactive and inactive students proactive, to motivate them, to inspire them. That's the job. Usually you see students learning happens only when they themselves want to learn. They are originally intelligent. They can learn from senses. Human beings, if you think of a situation where human beings are not taught anything, still they will learn from all senses, by observing, by doing several other things. However, this can be like, for example, in computers and algorithms, there are algorithms which are slow, there are algorithms which are fast. As a human being, we try to optimize the resources. Therefore, we need to work with fast algorithms. As an engineer, we also remember that you cannot minimize everything. So you need to optimize. You need to leave a few resources to gain speed. Speed and space complementary to each other. Now, in order to make students proactive, what happens? We need to take efforts in creating interest among students. How this is created, I am trying to do it through a few examples towards the end. So as I said, aim of the education is, which is also the job of the teacher, to convert reactive and inactive learners to proactive learners. In the process, what we do is, we create motivated individuals, those who can think, imagine, solve problems, simple to complex. I fully understand that therefore the classification usually happens is there are good students and there are bad students, which is the usual classification of the students which is done by teachers. However, individually, nobody is bad. There are biases developed about education system, about teachers, Therefore, individuals behave like that. So we need to actually remove those biases. Typical example I can cite is even the students who are recruited in companies like TCS or Infosys or such companies in software job. In engineering, they learn C programming or any other programming language. Still, first 2 months, the student, after absorbing into the company, is taught programming. The first thing that they teach is to unlearn. Unlearn what you have learned in the academics and then relearn it as per the requirements of that company. So unlearning is required. So we need to remove that bias, whatever has happened till 12th standard or whatever is past history. We need to convert that, we need to cancel that job, we need to cancel that bias through our efforts. And once you see, even a bad student in the classroom, usually even in the class of entrepreneurship, it is said that the front benchers become teachers, middle benchers work in companies which are headed by those back benchers. In general, it is stated. That is quite true. This is my observation as well. Therefore, what I'm trying to say is there is nothing like a bad student. Students are all the good. Only thing their interests are different. So we need to understand that as well and then try to have a policy for teaching a particular course. We need to create individuals, those who can think, imagine, solve problems, simple to complex. An important characteristics which is called risk-taking ability. In problem solving, even if you ask them, for example, I work with some of the industries for recruitment, not as a placement officer, but as a teacher. Teachers also have to work towards that. Teachers have several responsibilities. Therefore, it is said to be a profession which is a challenging profession as well as a noble profession. The experience that I wanted to share is students were asked to appear for the interviews. They appeared for the interview, and at the end, the HR person asked them, or the owner of the company asked them a question: "Can you join from tomorrow?" The students were not independent thinkers. They were thinking about asking their parents, asking their teachers. They were worried about, if I accept this job, what will happen to my future, and so on. All these questions were answered by the company, the one who was taking the interview. However, the decision was not taken by the students, and the students have lost the opportunity. So in such a situation, what is required is a quick decision making. There may be risk involved into this. So we have to create individuals with risk-taking abilities. Students need to take risks. More is the risk, more is the gains. So quick decision making is required. And for that, we need to develop individuals with independent thinking. Yesterday, I was reading an article. Article is not important, but I like the heading of the article. It said, independence is good, but interdependence is better. What does this tell is, need to create team spirit, team working and performance. Individually, everybody can be excellent, but in teams they fail. So we need to create team spirit among students. And then this is very difficult. So at least we must try to create an active environment. Usually it is said that in classrooms, people must be silent. Teacher teaching, maintain silence. However, nowadays, people have started saying, good teachers have started saying that your class must be as vibrant as possible, because that is the place where students have difficulties and those difficulties are to be addressed. So class has to be as vibrant as possible. So it is not about covering a syllabus, it is about uncovering the contents. So we need to make our class active, and therefore a complete new pedagogy New in the sense, new in engineering, which is called active learning. We have to employ active learning methodologies so that student becomes active in the class. Philosophically, there are various methodologies used for learner classification. We will try to spend some time on this, which is called VARC questionnaire. This is to know learners. In the first lecture, if you want to teach effectively, effective teaching can happen only when you classify your learners. This is one classification, VARK. V stands for visual, which uses senses of eyes, watching, through learning through watching, learning through listening, auditory system, ears, reading, once again, eyes, reading or writing, hands. Kinesthetic is by hands, learning by doing, solving, which is nowadays, which is being taught currently. When I say nowadays, this must be understood as in engineering colleges, this particular principle of project-based learning is coming. But I remember in my school's days, we used to mostly like, students used to mostly like the topic or the course of Karyanubhav, work experience, or sports, where every individual was participating, which is actually active learning. More learning was happening in that. That was there. I mean, I consider that was a project-based learning only. We used to create small articles through that course in the schools, which is still there in the schools, but it has to happen at a slightly higher level in engineering colleges. In my one of the class, when I engaged a large classroom, like 150 students in a class, I tried to convert that, I mean, how to effectively teach 150 students, two divisions together. So I use this methodology. Some of you can, in parallel, I will share this link. Let me take some time in sharing that link so that you also can do. Most of you may be having access to internet while you are attending this class. Obviously, yes, because how do I chat? How do I do that? Can you help me?
Sir, there is chat option. Once you go to the down to the screen, you can see the screen sharing and participant. In between, there is chat option.
Which I am not seeing.
Yeah, sir, is there any more option? More in more also there is option.
Yeah, meeting info. And
Yes, more option.
okay, I will. Anyway, you can note down that.
We will share on the WhatsApp by taking photo.
Yeah. Sir, we'll share. We'll share.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please share this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wark-learn, or even if you can Google it and find out this out, find this out. https://wark-learn.com/the-wark-questionnaire. You can fill this out yourself.
We have shared the link.
It's a 10-15 questions are there. You can try this in the background. We will wait for 5 minutes to identify what is this questionnaire for. This questionnaire is for identifying preferred learning style. you must understand that all these 4 different types, everybody learns by using these 4. However, you still individuals have a preferred learning style. So in the typical class population of learners, I found in my class, visual learners were 7, oral were 37, read write were 24, and kinesthetic were 63. This shows and this emphasizes the importance of learning by doing. My course was also like that. It was a signals and system course in one semester and the digital signal processing course in the other semester. The same class. So types of learners were obtained at the start of signals and system course. Same thing was used. So in which mostly a teacher is expected to give assignment to the students, asking them to solve. In the classroom, I conducted several tutorial sessions for these 150 students and moved around in the class. So instead of conducting 4 hours or 3 hours per week, I used to conduct 6 hours per week, because for one division it is 3 hours per week. For second division it is 3 divisions per week. So 3 hours were normally one-sided. The remaining 3 hours or 1 or 2 hours were only for question and answer and actually giving them assignments for solving problems. So that practice was done. So this emphasizes more the kinesthetic learners. This emphasizes the fact that we have to have project-based learning in the classrooms. So I take a break of 5 minutes now and give you the task of filling up the questionnaire yourself. And once a few of you have completed, please let me know your learning style. Is it working? Is the link working? I could able to see the chat now.
Yes, sir. The Professor AICTE has shared the link and it's working, sir.
Okay. You see, so far, all of you were probably happening that only the teacher is saying you. Now, as soon as the activity is given, you started functioning about it. And the kind of active learning started. These are some of the ways we need to employ while teaching our course. Read the questions carefully. There is nothing like right or wrong. Here you are not writing the answers which are right or wrong. You can answer the multiple choices. You can select more than one choice also in case if you feel so. But try to give your first impression as the answer of the questions. Whatever comes to your mind in the first stage. So give it. You can answer it with multiple choice also. You can select more choices also. However, read the questions carefully and then answer. There is nothing like right or wrong here. This questionnaire is identifying the type of learner you are. And there is nothing wrong to have visual or auditory or reading or kinesthetic learner type. It is, all have been developed so far. So accordingly, your learner category is decided. So Dr. Aditi Diwan has said she is kinesthetic. Very good. After submission of all questions, at the top you will get what kind of learner you are and your responses in each category. So more the number of questions you are, the answers given by you are kinesthetic, your preferred learning style. It is not your kinesthetic, your preferred learning style is kinesthetic. It doesn't mean that you don't learn from visual or auditory or reading. You always learn from all the four, but out of these four, this is your preferred learning style. If you answer all the, if you select all the four choices for all the questions, there will be uniform distribution of the learning styles, which will make you learning from all senses. And you'll not be able to identify your own preferred learning style. I am mild oral. Yes. Mahesh Kumarji, you have said you are mild oral. Means something like 7 oral and 6 something else. Okay. Everybody has done it? So now the population is 2 kinesthetic learner, 1 mild oral. Three kinesthetic, 2 mild oral, 4 kinesthetic, 2 mild oral, visual 3, oral 7, read write 3 and 4. Okay. Actually 7 is preferred learning style is auditory, mild kinesthetic, mild oral, visual. Very good. So is it correct? Say for example, Gitanjali Kale, you have said you are visual. So visual means, do you learn more through watching? You can answer by unmuting yourself or on the chat window. Result may not all the time be correct. So maybe that you are a kinesthetic learner, but your responses do not show that. That's also likely to happen. And that only shows that you have answered it with confusion. Very good. So fine. Whatever it comes to, mostly engineers are expected to do, expected to be kinesthetic learner because they are all supposed to do something. Okay. So let me restart my session by so in this work questionnaire, we are expected to, am I okay? Am I audible and the screen visible to you?
Sir. Yes, sir.
So in work, a teacher has to address the needs of all types of learner. Once again, a very big responsibility on teachers. It will have to teach using the techniques available for teaching each type of learner. So diverse requirements, how do you handle them? So you have to have a balance in your teaching style that you are supposed to, if the population says more of kinesthetic learners, then giving small projects to allow them through project-based learning is the job of a teacher. So give projects to those students who are kinesthetic learners, who are visual learners. Showing visual examples and use of videos can help. Give self-learning assignments. Is a reading type of learner. He can do self-learning. He can read and understand. He can imagine himself while reading. Oral is listening to lectures of eminent faculty, eminent personalities, may help him in understanding it faster. Am I saying, see, learning can happen if the student himself is motivated enough to learn. But then job of a teacher is to say that the student learns faster, to activate and makes his algorithm of learning faster is the job of a teacher. So in the experience of credit-based system, our institute is an autonomous institute and therefore we employed credit-based system. I just would like to give a flavor of my experience about what is academic credit. There are different definitions and it is misnomer. What is the academic credit definition that you know? One of you can share. What is given afterwards? Don't read that. Without reading that, what is the definition of credit that you know? Weightage to lecture. Okay. By the way, while giving some of the examples, I wish to make use of Marathi as a language. I want to know how, are there any people who don't understand Marathi in this population? But what is the definition of credit that you know? How do you relate it to academic credit, academic performance? How do you relate it to academic credit? Reward of academic work, yes. Weightage to lecture, that's also correct. But then how is the academic credit defined? It's a very simple definition. One lecture hour is considered as one credit. Am I right? Mostly. Like I had studied a few academic systems of IITs. IIT Delhi, where I studied, was one lecture per credit. It was not a definition as such, definition I'll come to in a while from now. The what is definition of academic credit, how it is related to credit, how it should be related. In the case of IIT Bombay, it was one lecture equal to 2 credit. Okay. So I'll try not to use Marathi, but in some cases, if I find no other way of explaining, I may go for Marathi. Okay, fine. So what I was talking was the academic definition was the definition of academic credit is usually considered like 1 hour of theory equivalent to 1 credit, 2 hours of practical equivalent to 1 credit. That's the visible definition. But there is something called invisible definition of a credit. It is expected that 1 credit requirement, how the course credit are decided. For example, for a course of digital signal processing or for the course of applied mechanics, how many credits should I assign? How is that decided? It is decided on the basis of, first we decide the contents of the course. We also decide how many hours are required for explaining, for conveying, for telling the students that these are the contents of the course. We find out, say, about 40 to 45 lectures in a semester. We cover the syllabus in. So out of 45 hours, we usually conduct an academic for say 15 hours, 15 weeks of actual academics. So 45 hours divided by 15 hours, which gives you the definition of 3 credits. 15 weeks, 45 hours divided by 15 weeks gives you a value of 3. So it requires 3 credits. But the true definition of 3 credits, it is expected in the teaching learning process that the student has to be in contact with the teacher for these 3 hours. He also has to study himself personally. Self-learning has to be done for the same course for 3 more hours. And thus, this gives you 3 plus 3, 6 hours of actual work related to a subject. This is the definition of a true credit. And then for this credit, the number of credits for a particular course, you have to earn these credits. By what? By passing the evaluation criteria of that course. You need to earn these credits by passing the examination with whatever grade. All right, that's the academic credit, definition of academic credit. But giving the academic credit definition like the one which is given here is likely to be a misnomer. Mostly people teachers refer to it as 1 lecture hour equivalent to 1 credit. It is not so. You may need to have a relook into it. 2 practical hours. Usually it is said that 2 practical hours is equivalent to 1 credit, but it need not be. Sometimes for some of the practicals, it may be 3 hours of duration required for conduct so that a student learns. In such a case, it is 3 hours is given 1 credit. So it is all, you have to involve yourself into syllabus making, contents making of your syllabus, so that you understand these the definitions of academic credit and correspondingly earning of that credit. Now, what is an academic credit system? This I will read carefully for you because it is more appropriate. An academic credit system is a standard used by universities to measure and assess students' work and effort during their bachelor's or master's or PhD program. It's important to understand how credits work and how credit points from one academic system are converted to credits from other academic system or credit system. Like I said, IIT Bombay, 1 hour of contact hours equivalent to 2 credits is what his definition said. Look, visibly. But when a student is transferred from Delhi to Bombay, IITs, in case if such thing is possible, I am not aware about whether such thing is possible, but in that case, the credit transfer, like for example, in SDGS college, we are having an MOU with College of Engineering Pune or VJTI or Sardar Patel College or Walchand College for credit transfer. Some of our students go for a semester there. They spend a semester in those institutions. And then after coming back, we give equivalence of these credits to in our credit system, and it is accepted in the form of credit transfer, right? So it is required for converting these credits also, if possible and if required. Sometimes students need to take preparation courses in order to meet starting credit requirements needed for university admission. Like we also are facing these difficulties. Like for example, I have faced a few students which have left engineering because they were not knowing English in the first year itself. Spent 3 years in first year itself clearing the subjects. He was not interested in the classroom because what the teacher is saying, he was not able to understand. And then he lost the interest. The CET score was 150, 200, 150 out of 200, but was not able to understand the English of a teacher. And then he had to lose the interest. Such things should not happen. Therefore, what you need is preparation courses. English, communication skills must be taught in the preparatory manner. Even some of the times, concepts of physics, which he was knowing earlier, are probably that was failed by IIT faculty. So physics, chemistry, and mathematics preparatory courses are offered in some of the IITs, so as to make these students understand the curriculum of the BTech degree. Now, what is an academic system at this institution? I want to share. 160 plus minus 5% credits in each program, roughly 20 credits per semester, 4 to 6 courses in a semester, including theory and practical, roughly 5 courses in a semester. Course is the subject here, roughly 3 credits per theory course and 1 credit for a practical course. So 2 hours equal to 1 credit. Visible definition. 8th semester for project/industrial internship complete. So he completes all the theory requirements or the actual curricular requirements in first 7 semesters, and 8th semester he goes for a project internship in the industry, full-time basis. Then we have introduced since the 2018, AICTE has given the mandatory curriculum, the model curriculum. Although this particular program is not a part of that program, part of the curriculum, this is taken because we are autonomous, we could take this. This is taken from an institute which is called BVB College of Engineering, Hubli, where this experimentation was done, and it is wonderful experience to give a course like engineering exploration, to imbibe in students project-based learning concepts from first year, to give them the flavor of all engineering disciplines, and then they can decide what kind of projects that they can make. And the evaluation system that we follow at this college, the brief history of that, prior to 2004, which was prior to autonomy, we were following 2080 system, which was a university pattern. So 20 in-semester evaluation based on tests, 2 or 3, and 80 marks was end semester examination. Was changed to 20-20-60, which was named as minor 1 examination, minor 2 examination, and major examination. So usually a semester is of 15 weeks. So after first 5 weeks, first examination, after 10 weeks, second examination, and after 15 weeks, the third examination, with no preparation time. Then was changed because of the difficulties in implementation and effectiveness of this system. We changed it to 30-70, which was only written examination, 2 written examinations. Earlier 3 written examination in order to bring continuous evaluation. 30-70, only 2 evaluation, that too only 1 examination style, which was written examination, was changed before 2 years to 10-30, 10-50. These 10 marks are called in-semester evaluation before the mid-semester, 30 is mid-semester, 10 is post-mid-semester and prior to end semester, and 50 is end semester. In these 10 marks before the mid-semester and 10 marks after the mid-semester, we were using kind of methodologies which were explained into examination reforms booklet of AICTE, in which examination reforms are justified and the requirements of outcome-based education, how the various relationships are obtained from course outcomes to program specific objectives. These are achieved with reference to outcome-based education. And then this year onwards, we have done much more change. In that in-semester evaluation, we are allowing project-based evaluations also to give the teachers a freedom to assess kinesthetic learners, which cannot be taught, which cannot be assessed from what is known as written examination. So they are supposed to be assessed from the project, and their project evaluations are done. So all sorts of evaluations can be accommodated in semester evaluation, and that component is increased now. We are all the time, teachers are bothered about, sir, because of this the quality may go down. Those who are quality, who understand quality definitions and other things, may understand that quality is a fuzzy concept. What is important is to make the students more active in the class, and unless such experiments are made, students cannot become active. Initially, people will criticize these. I am fully aware about it, but then the system is good for the betterment of students. Our academic council has approved this, and hence it is being implemented from this current academic year. However, the project-based assignments and things like that are given in an online mode. These examinations are all done in an online mode through Google and other platforms, and the mid-semester and end semester was conducted in a proctored blended mode. That is, subjective plus MCQ questions were asked. We were one of the few institutions which have conducted examination in a subjective form in this. The grading system that we follow, all assessments are summed and total out of 100 is obtained for the class. The population is then statistically distributed. We obtain, as is known very well in academic circles, that students' performance follows Gaussian distribution, and for a Gaussian distribution, only mean and standard deviation are the two parameters which are used to completely model the distribution. Therefore, they are used, and data is then divided into 8 classes for each subject, and the grades are awarded. As you can see here, the range of marks, for example, you go here, x mean minus 1.5 sigma to 0 is an F grade. Usually, this is taken to be 40 normally. Now here, there is an understanding. Gaussian distribution is also called as a normal distribution. Why? Because it assumes that under all normal circumstances, the performance is measured. What normalcy is expected here? The kind of normalcy expected is the student takes active interest in the class. That means he attends classes. The teacher engages all the classes. The teacher teaches to all the population. And then teacher sets question papers which are normal, in the sense easy to pass and difficult to score. Under this philosophy, which I define as normal, this minus x bar minus 1.5 sigma is actually comes to 40. In normal circumstances, it happens to be 40. It is also subjective sometimes. For example, there are some dreaded subjects in engineering curriculum, like mathematics, or without mathematics, engineers can't be engineers. In spite of this fact, mathematics is a dreaded subject in engineering. So under these assumptions, what happens is, this is truly statistical, and the teachers are given freedom. In abnormal circumstances, like, for example, the teacher sets a most difficult paper in which student performance is down, then these x minus 1.5 sigma may go less than 40. In such a case, whether it is to be permitted or not is to be decided at the departmental level by the departmental faculty. Yes, in this particular course, which is known to be a difficult course, the paper is difficult. It is very difficult to solve questions by the students. Normally, by the way, I personally experience that when whatever question paper I set, if I am able to solve it within X time, I usually give the same to students, minimum 2x time to the students. So if a question paper is set for 1 hour, if I am able to solve it in half an hour without looking at books and any other thing, then I give it to students for at least double, sometimes triple also. So 2 to 2.5 times normally the question paper is to be given for solving. The time given to the students is 2 to 2.5 times what I require as a teacher. So under these normalcies, we can have this normal distribution wherein this distribution may get shifted towards left or right. Sometimes some teachers are very good teachers. However, their examination, they don't believe in examination system. Like they say examination happens, but whether my students have learned or not, students should not be deprived of going to the higher classes. So therefore, they are slightly, I would call, I am using this word very carefully, loose examinations. In such a case, the performance of the students may go up. Like the average comes out to be, mean comes out to be 80, standard deviation 20. Then in such a case, x minus 1.5 sigma goes to be 50 or 60. So we should allow such things to happen and the grading. But friends, most of the population, like teachers, the students, and the other stakeholders of the education do not understand this. Therefore, it is very difficult to practice such thing. Therefore, what we have done is that 1.5 sigma minus 1.5 sigma, x minus 1.5 sigma must be 40 and x plus 1.5 sigma must be 80. So A plus grade is only given, A plus is outstanding, which is given only to those who score more than 80 marks in normal circumstances. And then there are other 6 patterns from x minus 1.5 sigma to x plus, that means it is 3 sigma duration. As you understand, this covers 80% of the population in general. This is the performance, the scores obtained in each of the course. The performance of a semester is measured as semester grade point average and a cumulative grade point average. That's the system. So I have talked about expectation from the teacher, the system that is available for implementation of such things. Now let me go to the examinations and examination reforms, and then I talk about the methodologies in general. So as you say, I personally believe that examinations are not really important. What is important is learning. However, it is said in the examination reforms booklet as well as in the principles that examination drives learning. Unless you have examination, students don't learn. That's true. Professional skills which are difficult to be assessed through conventional exam. Therefore, summative assessment, which is subjective specific, is recommended. Many of electronics computer engineering courses can be learned through project-based learning. Conventional exams may not be able to assess that. Problem solving of various levels of Bloom's taxonomy, I hope Bloom's taxonomy was covered, need not be time constrained. So some of the examinations like open book and open time are recommended. Comprehension, descriptive, usually to be avoided in engineering technology courses, of course can be time constrained. Unsolved exercise problem in standard books sometimes are research problems. If you give such kind of a problem, you can have an open time examination. Also, it is difficult to assess co-curricular experiences. Therefore, examinations can be of different types, which can be implemented or practiced if you have autonomy, if you have in-semester evaluation component more, and give less preference or less importance to the only end semester examinations. So I come to methodologies to be adopted by the teacher. So aim is student learning. There are no specific guidelines for becoming a good teacher or for teaching students. It is also your perception about students learning. Teachers, how teachers understand how the students learn is different. Everybody has a different understanding about this, different perception about it. So you need to think about this. Student engagement in the classroom and in online mode now because of COVID is really important. Therefore, we need to understand how best we can engage the students in various modes of teaching, blended mode of teaching. Teacher to develop a habit of students face reading, for which he has to face the students. Continuous feedback process, which is a habit of student face reading, is a continuous feedback process, as is automatic and is possible only in physical mode. In the current online mode, there are issues of data packs, there are various issues. Reaching out to the masses has become difficult in online mode. However, not impossible. In an online mode, we can have a feedback through quick quizzes. Like you see, Coursera courses or EDX online have developed courses in which you see they follow some kind of methodology in which after 10 to 12 minutes of presentation by a teacher, quick quiz is taken to understand whether the students are learning or not. And there also you see, passing or failing is not really important. What is important is learning, and we also need to do a similar thing. Therefore, such courses are really important. You must adopt these courses in your learning, your teaching also. So need to think of new ways of continuous feedback. There is no prescription as such, like the ones used in Coursera or EDX online or NPTEL. Attention span of students, which are 17 plus students, which are adults. So you see 10 to 12 minutes, somebody can hear. Some of my teachers were using this in early days also. 10 to 12 minutes of presentation, 3 to 4 minutes of cracking jokes, bringing distraction in the class, so that once again they can concentrate. 3 to 4 minutes can be spent on this. And while cracking the jokes, you can tell stories about these so that people attention can be carried. So a 60-minute lecture can be divided into 4 or 5 mini sessions, 10 to 12 minutes each, and a break of 3 to 4 minutes in between the sessions, which this break can be utilized for diverting the attention to some extent and then once again bringing back on the rail. Different methodologies for different class strength, different courses based on types of learners, and there are many other things. You see, the way I teach DSP cannot be used for some other course. It is class specific, it is strength specific, it is course specific. It is specific based on the learning styles of the class. There may be direct methods of teaching, classroom teaching, laboratories or online. Indirect methods like flip classroom, question and answer sessions after every 3 to 4 videos, lectures. One may make use of NPTEL because you see, you don't have to create your own videos. You don't have to re-engineer yourself. NPTEL courses are very good courses available. The understanding level required for NPTEL may be slightly difficult. What you can do is, after 1 or 2 or 3 classes, you can conduct your own class and then address the difficulties of the students. This can be done. So preparing the bridge classes, use of other online material can be practiced. Then there is an important component which is coming into new education, national education policy, which is called peer assessment. So, and it is also said that students learn from peers. Most of the colleges have these student groups called clubs. And from the clubs, more are the clubs. Students learn more from their clubs better than the classrooms. All right. So therefore, such club culture must be encouraged. So learning from peers happen there and other stakeholders. Group activity meetings after college hours, discussion, watching movies, including TED Talks. Similarly, general lectures for improving vision of individuals, like popular lecture series on topics like Srimad Bhagavad Gita, great personalities like Vivekananda, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, etc., on topics of importance to all, such as Indian Constitution. Understanding Indian Constitution is also important for every individual, be engineer or anybody else. Now I come to examples. We will be able to spend some time. I'll keep these questions open for all of you. But when I teach something, I am teaching a course. Now you need to understand what is this topic related to. Therefore, I have not talked here. You can note down this problem. I can send you later also. This particular problem appeared in one of the signal processing magazines in 1995 in a different form, however, which actually creates curiosity. For example, a 40 kg stone falls on the ground and got broken into 4 pieces, such that a shopkeeper can weigh his goods from 1 kg to 40 kg, integral values only, using those 4 pieces. What is the weight of those 4 pieces? Engineering kya hai isme? What is engineering in this? Nothing. But I'll explain you. Since we are coming to an end, I know I was actually initially thought of spending 5 minutes on this, but now because of the time constraint, I'll leave it as it is. You try to answer yourself. Okay, I'll keep this question open. but I will try to relate it later on for the concept that I teach using such problems. The problem appeared in the IEEE Signal Processing magazine was a problem given and asked to solve it. In the next issue of the magazine, the solution was given. But I related this to teaching a particular concept. And the concept is called number systems. Positional number systems are taught through such thing. You can weigh, the problem is extended slightly to 100 kg now with the help of 5 standard weights. 5 standard weights. Now find out what are those 5 standard weights. Here, what can be done is, the problem is related to conveying number systems to students, positional number systems. As you know, positional number systems, every number is represented with a base of a number system. And the base could be binary, octal, hexadecimal. It could be ternary number system. It could be a number system which is different. Maybe number could be base of 12, base could be of 7, 9. It could be any number system. You can represent a number, decimal number, into any other number system. So here it uses number system. For example, binary number system have only 2 symbols, 0 and 1. Decimal number system has 10 symbols, 0 to 9. Hexadecimal has, octal has 0 to 7, no other symbol in between, outside this. In case of hexadecimal, it is 0 to 9 and A to F. Now, this particular problem is related to a ternary number system. In what way? You see, the weight can be present in the left pan, the commodity in the right pan, and you weigh. You are supposed to represent the left pan details in the range of 1 to 100. 1 to 100 is the range of numbers to be represented by using these symbols. What are the symbols in this case? If the weight is present in the left pan, it is +1. If it is present ground, that means it is not used, it is 0 symbol. And if it is placed in the right pan along with the commodity, it is -1. So it represents +1, 0 and -1, these 3 symbols. And that means you are representing a ternary number system. It is not 0, 1, 2 symbol. Symbols can be 0, 1, 2 also in a ternary number system. But here, the number system that is used is +1 when the weight is present in the left pan, -1 when it is present in the right pan, and 0 when it is not used. So with the help of this, the solution is, the weights are 1, 3, 3 raised to 0, 3 raised to 1, 3 raised to 2, 3 raised to 4. Like this, these are the weights of the corresponding positions. So you have the solution in the form of 3 raised to 0, 1, 3 raised to 1, 3, 3 raised to 2, 9, 3 raised to 4, 3 raised to 3, 27, and 3 raised to 4, 81. So the problem of the first problem can be solved by using only 4 weights, 1, 3, 9, and 27. The total of this is 40 kg. Whereas in the second case, the weights 1, 3, 9, 27 and 81 total comes to 121. So you are able to weigh anything between 1 to 121. You also can teach number systems. For example, when you are teaching C programming, what is the range of integers to be given? What is the range of short integer to be given? How do you decide that? You can give such examples to create interest and curiosity. The second example that is given usually in learning number system is this. I'll read out quickly this. The first expedition, this is also an unsolved problem of a book by Digital Design by Wackerly. Those who are teachers of digital electronics or digital design can go through this and easily, how difficult it is to solve this problem, can understand that. But I'll discuss, because we have short of time, I'll discuss about the solution also. A first expedition to Mars found only the ruins of a civilization there. From the artifacts and pictures, the explorers deduced that creatures who produced this civilization were 4-legged beings with a tentacle and a branched out at the end with a number of grasping fingers. After much study, the explorers were able to translate Martian mathematics. They found the following equation: 5x square minus 50x plus 125 equal to 0. with the indicated solutions x equal to 5 and x equal to 8. The value x equal to 5 seemed legitimate enough, but x equal to 8 required some explanation. Then the explorers reflected on the way in which Earth's number system developed and found evidence that the Martian system had a similar history. How many fingers would you say the Martians had? This x is number of fingers. Sorry, not x is number of fingers. The base of a number system which represents this equation becomes the number of fingers used, number of fingers of those species which were there in the Martian system or on the Mars. It is very easy to understand x equal to 5 from here. This equation can be quickly converted into x square minus 10x plus 25 equal to 0, which has the solution x equal to plus 5 or minus 5. Minus 5 has no significance. Therefore, x equal to 5 is understandable. It is said that this equation also has a solution x equal to 8. In such a situation, what is the base of the number system in which the numbers 5, 50 and 125 are represented? You see what is done in this problem. Why this problem is important for understanding, in my opinion, of course, you may differ. Why it is important? Because there is a concept that is related to a practical reality, a situation. This may not be the practically happening things, but a situation is created, maybe hypothetical, but which creates interest, which creates curiosity, which is what I said. Such problems, if you give them advanced, one lecture, first lecture, ask them to solve. Of course, I need to tell them that the solutions are available on Google Master. I need to tell them here they are expected to be honest. And you see, I have several times as a student, as a teacher, enjoyed problem solving, and that too solving difficult problems. The joy of solving difficult problems cannot be given by teachers. Only teachers can raise the problems. The experience of joy of solving problems has to be taken by the student themselves. Nobody can give them this. And this can be understood only if they try to understand this problem. Okay. Now the solution to this, you see, the symbols used are 0, 1, 2, 5. This equation could be into a octal system also, or into a number system which is more than 5, more than 6 symbols. 0 to 5 means 6 symbols are used. That can be deduced. I can say that this system is definitely with a base more than 6. Okay. Now, how do you write this equation to find out what is the base? So positional number system, let's say the base of the number is x or d. D is the base of the number. So how do you write 5? Is written as 5 into d to the power 0. 50 can be written as 5 into d raised to 1 plus 0 into d raised to 0. 125 can be written as 1 into d square plus 2 into d plus 5 into d to the power 0, which is 1. And in this, you substitute x equal to 8 and then solve that equation for d. It will be a quadratic equation in d, which will give you 2 solutions. These may be used, one of them can be used as a base for this. So that means the number of fingers of those species available on, that time available historically, or the explorers have found that the number of fingers to those species were base d, and the d value you are expected to find. I leave this question open for you. You can contact me afterwards for solution. So what is important is to motivate, to create curiosity. We need to relate our experience with the examples. So we need to give real life examples. We need to create the examples which may not exist, but try to imaginative examples need to be created. Imaginative problems are needed to be given, relating with movies, current issues, general knowledge through examples. I quickly go through this. This is important slide. I'm actually finishing. But then examples can be given. For example, information. A communication teacher, while explaining the question of information, there are various definitions of information. One which is called information theoretic definition of information is it is related to probability of occurrence of event. So an example is given all the time in many of the books on digital communication. Say the sun rises in the east. What is the information present in this statement? The probability of this event is 1. And therefore, this is known to everybody. It's a universal truth. So it doesn't contain any information. Information is one which is to be transmitted, which is required to be transmitted. That means the receiver does not know it. For example, I correlate this to a movie called Munna Bhai MBBS. The first in the opening of the movie starts with that particular scene in which the telegram appears on the scene, and then the excitation of those characters on their faces. Babuji aa rahe hai. What is that? So excitation is directly proportional to information. People will understand it. Probability. Example of a movie called Yashwant, which is probably not known to the current generation of people, but you can observe that this is freely available on Google. What I'm saying is, jua, the gambling, is related to this probability. Teaching probability through gambling is a real example. Bandwidth, you can conduct a simple experiment. This is of course true for only electronics engineers, but similar experiments can be said. Your ear has a bandwidth. 20 to 20 kilohertz is what is said in general, but it is not so. You can measure it yourself. Simple experiment, a function generator to the speaker and vary the frequency and hear the sound, and you will be able to know what is the lower frequency range that you can hear and what is the higher frequency. Usually it is actually 20 to 20 kilohertz is in general. This is considering all human beings, but individuals have different range. Say some people have 50 to 15 kilohertz, some people have 10, 20, 30 hertz to maybe 18 kilohertz and so on. That can be checked, which will create interest about what is this bandwidth. Decision making, centralized versus shared, as in the case of IO management, computer science, those who teach computer organization can understand these. Number systems, I gave examples of weighing balance, Martian number system, etc. So which in my opinion motivates the students to learn. And then this is a standard which is everybody says, so I don't want to spend time on this, which is in general you must, but however I would like to stress that in first few lectures you must answer the questions about the course, what, why and where. I usually spend 3 to 4 lectures on what the subject is about, why this subject is important. The obvious answer why the subject is important is because it is there in the syllabus. No, not that. Why this subject is important in making your career in this engineering branch, engineering profession, and where it is to be used. What, why, and where is to be answered about this course by giving small examples. Then as per the curriculum with 6 units, each chapter will be covered in roughly 6 lecture sessions. Normally addresses what this unit is about, how this is to be used and how the skills are to be obtained and where it is to be used. Quiz test at the end of each unit assess the students' learning. Then you can add the component of self-learning like giving assignments on every unit from unsolved exercise problems solved by using pen and paper, like example is given. This is a difficult problem. FFT flow graph, usually fast Fourier transform, input is in order, output is in bit reverse order or vice versa. So if you give them to draw the flow graph without referring to anything, any book or any Google platform, if they start doing themselves, for input and output must be in order, obtain the flow graph. The requirement is the flow graph must be uniform, like the one which is present in case of input in order and output in bit reverse order and so on. Use of simulation software such as MATLAB MATLAB for any mathematical or computational thing, or PSpice for circuit analysis. There are free versions of these also available. Xilinx for VHDL Verilog. These are some of my courses that I have taught and I have used it. Or programming exercises. If I happen to teach C programming, I try to ask them, of course, towards the end, write a routine or write a course, write a program for matrix inversion of any size, n by n. Huffman coding. These are some of the difficult exercises that are to be given, usually for electronics engineering. So such course plans can be made and you can become a good teacher, in my personal opinion. I assume here that with this process and with these experiences, I have become a good teacher. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Those have the questions, please raise your hand so that host will unmute you.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Joshi, sir. Myself, Dr. Navneet Sangle from ADCT ASTA Sangli, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, at the beginning of your presentation, you very nicely explained about inactive learning and proactive learning. So thanks for your presentation. Sir, in NBA also, there is one concept related to the academically weak learner and academically strong learner. So my question to you is that how to identify such type of academically weak learner and actions against such an academically weak learner. So I want your opinion about this.
Sir, actually, as I said, my answer may not be correct. It's a question in front of me also. In spite of have been spent 34 years in teaching, it is very difficult. As I said, we cannot classify the students into academically weak or academically strong. We cannot. We should not. We should treat all of them equally. As I said, we have to actually create interest amongst them. All are good. Assuming that only, we have to go ahead. But there are ways of identifying, like on the basis of his performance in the class test, which were not uniform. Still we do that. So that's the way actually used in MBA and many other regulatory authorities questionnaire. Academically weak students are identified from their marks obtained in a particular course.
Yeah.
But that's not, because since it is said that all of them are different learners, all of them are actually to be examined differently. In such a case, this criteria may not be suitable.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any question? Okay, thank you. If anybody has any question, they can send us by mail. We can forward these questions to the speaker, and then you may get the answers. So, in summary, being we are running by time, so just I would like to conclude this lecture by summarizing few points. Sir has rightly said, though it is his perception, through the lecture we have just imagine with this our teaching habit, and we really found that yes, these processes or practices are exactly matching with our teaching habitat. So sir has given nice quote about the teacher. He has explained the role of the teacher, then classification of the student. He rightly said that yes, the students are the replicas of teacher, and many times we experience that our seniors used to say that you are the correct replica of your teacher. So sir has rightly said that there is no good student or bad student. It is just bias, and we need to remove from the student. He has given very good example of the learning approach work. Then he has explained about the credit system. He has explained very well about the examination and evaluation processes, examination reform principles, methodologies to be adopted. Then he has given a very good example of the attendance spam of the teacher student, how much student can attend to. Then he has given different methodologies for the different courses, class, strength, students. He has given the example of direct and indirect teaching approaches. using Flip Classroom, MOOC, then Club, question and answer, the NPTL, and all these peer learning systems. So we are very much thank you. I would like to thank Professor Joshi on the behalf of Vidya Pratishthan, the organizing team, all the participants, and on my personal behalf. Sir, we are very much enough lucky to have you as an expert in today's session. So thank you, sir. I would also like to thanks to all the participants who have actively involved in this session. And also I'd like to thanks to the management principal of Vidya Pratishtans and the organizing team of the today's session and technical support of the today's session. Thank you very much. The feedback link is shared in the chat box. This will be active for next 10 minutes. We will have a short 5-minute break and we will again rejoin after 5 minutes, that is on 10:45 for next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please share the feedback with me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
ಮತ್ತೆ login ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Hello. Sir, Abhekar sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
आकर भावना मल दो
Shall we start?
Shall we start, sir? Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you in third day of refresher program on innovative teaching learning methods. I am Dr. Nitin Sherke, pleased to introduce today's chief speaker of today's session. Today, a well-known personality, Dr. Hemant Abhankar, is with us. He shouldered many committees at state as well as national level. He has published more than 50 research papers in peer-reviewed, well-reputed journals. Also, he published 3 different books. Currently, he is working as an executive director in KJ Educational Institute. In this session, he is going to explore the solutions to current problems in learning. With this short introduction, I would like to invite Abhankar sir to address the session.
Presentation control.
Over to you, sir.
Can you give me the control for presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. How do I do it now?
Share screen. Share screen. Corporate presentation. Share. Record. Share.
Full screen.
How full screen करेगा?
Very good morning to all of you. I hope I am audible.
Yes,
Nitin?
sir.
Yeah. I'm extremely happy to be with all of you today. Although I know that senior faculty have already discussed with you various issues about learning. Dr. Y.V. Joshi, Dr. Suthavne, and some of the persons whom I know personally, and I know that they must have shared their vast experience with all the participants. It reminds me of my experience that in late 70s, I had been to Chandigarh by train. When I got
On mode. Hello, sir. झालं ना?
नाही, आवाज येत नाही.
Okay. So when I got down at the railway station and the coolie took my luggage, I found that there are two big towers and they had big clocks on the top. And I found that both of them were not showing the same time, they were showing different times. So I asked the coolie, how come you have, what is the correct time now in Chandigarh? He said, why? I told him there are two towers and both of them are showing different times. Then he simply replied to me, do you think we are fools? If both of them have to show same time, why should we have erected two towers? We would have erected only one. So when you have two or more experts talking about same topic, probably the opinions from all of them may not match exactly, but I'm sure it gives a lot of opportunity for learning. Generally, I take up time of all the participants because they can concentrate. I want them to keep their notebooks and pens ready and go through what I'm going to show you. Remember, my email ID is hkabhankar12@rediffmail.com, which could be useful for you if you wish to ask any questions to me at any point of time. I'm lucky I started my teaching career in 1974, became professor, vice principal by 1984, and I assumed the post of principal in 1991. Came to Pune as a principal of Vishwakarma Institute of Technology in 94 and relinquished their position as vice president in 2015. Next 5 years I spent with Honorable Kalyan Rao Jadhav. He is a son of the Saswad area who has been trying to help the local people. I'm fortunate to be a part of his organization for 5 years. I have been in various positions. I just show it here, but I will skip the slide. You might be aware that I have been working on various committees for a long time. And I have been a part of professional societies, not only in India, but across the globe. I'm lucky to have been bestowed with many awards, and major two awards which I have put it at the top. One is the Best Engineering College Principal, which was awarded to me in the year of inception, and Praj Maha Entrepreneur Award. Entrepreneur is a word coined by Americans long back, and it is a person who helps his organization to grow as if he is the owner. And there are many more. Any teacher can also aspire to have so many awards. And I would like all the teachers to remember that worthy of receiving awards, they should work in such a way that they will definitely receive many awards. Currently, I am busy with many research projects with the students, and I have written a couple of books which are of immense importance to you. After this brief introduction, I will talk about what is the plan of my lecture. I've been lucky enough to have visited 40 plus countries, 100 plus universities abroad, almost all IITs, NITs in the country. And I'm lucky to have a closer glimpse of technical education for many years. During my lecture, I would like to talk about learning, 5 Ws and 1 H, barriers to learning, which you must have come across, which you must have talked about, but I will talk it in a different way. and how to overcome, that is giving the solutions. And finally, what a teacher is supposed to achieve. Remember, the learning is a word which one should start looking at it. Who learns? We know human beings learn. We also know that animals can also learn. We also know that fish can also learn, birds can also learn. And we must know that all living things in the world, they have to learn. Without learning, nothing happens. Lastly, nowadays, while living things, we have also started making sure that machines start learning, robots start learning, and therefore learning is something which is widely being practiced everywhere. But why do they learn? We must know why should all living things must learn. And the basic importance of learning is learning happens only because of existence. The mankind, probably the first person on this earth, must have learned how to earn food, how to go for hunting, how to prepare their own food, etc. So existence is something which makes every creature learn about the life. And we start learning whenever we are in mother's womb. We continue our learning from childhood to schools to colleges. And later on also we continue to learn, because learning has been a continuous process. And every teacher should remember that if they acquire ME, PhD, they should not stop learning, because anybody who stops learning will probably not be in a position to teach also. I personally feel that we also have to look at what is it that human beings try to learn. We think of knowledge. Degree does not mean knowledge, but knowledge probably allows you to procure a degree. We have to learn behavior. I have seen many people who have topmost degrees, unable to participate, unable to talk to other people. Behavior is a very important phenomena in the society. Everybody should learn how to behave in this society. At the same time, there are many skills one has to acquire. Human values, we forget most of the time that values are very important. And we remember that in our own country, for thousands of years, right from childhood, our parents start imbibing values on us. Our teachers used to do same thing in schools. Samskara are very important in our country, and those values we are slowly forgetting, which is not very good sign. All teachers have to remember that values are very important in life. Attitudes are equally important, and you will find that many companies today, they look for attitudes rather than doing anything more. We also learn to select preferences, make up our mind. We have to make decisions quite often, and therefore choosing a correct decision is a preference learning, and that we have to learn by experiences. The methods of learning are very simple and known to all of us. We start learning by seeing. We start learning by listening. We start reading, writing, and start emulating the persons who are around. And therefore we say Matru Devo Bhava, first teacher is your mother, Pitru Devo Bhava, and then we start talking about Guru. So we start listening, seeing, reading, writing, and then we start doing, experiencing, and then we understand that the whole process is nothing but the process of education. We mean that the process of education is to acquire knowledge, and this acquiring of knowledge prepare oneself to lead to a mature life, which is very important in life. So we can define education as the act or process of imparting particular knowledge or skill for a particular work, job, or profession. Currently, we have, if you look around in the country, I do not know how many of you are aware how many universities are there in the country, how many colleges are in the country, what is the standard of these colleges, etc. Many of you will be surprised to know that we have 1,000 plus universities. Now, India, probably Britishers set up the educational system in India, which is to their advantage. And therefore, we have universities which affiliate to colleges. And one university is like SPPU, Savitribai Phule Pune University. We have 800 plus institutions, 800 plus research institutes, which are a part of one university. Whereas in advanced countries like Europe, US, everywhere, every college is a university. And I have been advocating for last 20 years to the government that allow every college to stand on their own. Let them propose their own curricula. Let them admit their students. Let them charge the fees they want. Let them educate the students the way they want. And if the students are good enough, if the outcome is good enough, the universities will survive, the colleges will survive. But currently we have affiliating structure of universities, and central government has instituted 416 state universities and so on and so forth. And all types of colleges in 2020 were 52,000 plus. And I hope all of you go through the AICTE manual every year, approval process handbook, which will give you the correct figure of engineering colleges today, which has been growing since 1999, and the number must have crossed now 15,000. Now the educational process involves teaching. So if you go through the meaning of teaching, teaching is a very simple thing everybody feels. It is actually give systematic information. We have information. Can we give it systematically is the very important question. And we have to make sure that we enable a person whatever we want to teach. And for that, appropriate instructions have to be given. The teaching also has in dictionary several other meanings like to advocate, to give moral, or to impress upon. To teach a lesson means you give a person some kind of punishment also. And the process of teaching has been considered as an art of teaching, and many teachers who are unable to teach well, they think it is an art and they cannot learn the art. But now we also know that teaching has been converted into science. We can train any person to teach properly, and that training, if you receive, it is called as a pedagogy, which is science of teaching. Being a control system man, electrical engineering background, I graduated long back. But this figure never goes out of my mind. I all the time look at modeling and try to see how whatever issues are there. If you look at this figure, the teaching learning process is at the center. And there is an input which would be coming, which is called as reference input in control systems. We'll look at it in a different way now. Remember, the teaching learning process also goes through various disturbances. The teaching learning process gives an outcome of learning by the students, and we have to measure this learning, which we know that whatever you give, 100% the student may not receive fully. And for every student, the learner ratio will be different. Whatever he or she learns and whatever is expected, and there is a mismatch. So what is it? What is it that is an input? The teacher basically decides the input, and therefore the effective teaching or effective input for this system depends upon what are the qualities of a teacher. When we ask teachers to write down what are the important qualities of a teacher, they will write down so many. If I ask you and give you a couple of minutes, I'm sure you will also write down so many. However, we have to look at some qualities which are important to generate the output which is expected by the management, which is expected by the head of the institute, which is expected by all assessing agencies. And for that, we know that knowledge is very important for a teacher. The communication skills are important. Every teacher must also be a good learner, without which he cannot teach properly. He must be inspiring, motivating, a friend, philosopher, guide, etc., etc. Now, if we know what are the qualities of a teacher, there could be 50 plus qualities which anybody would point out. It's very difficult for a teacher, a person to learn all those or imbibe all of them and practice all of them. But it is very important that one of the important and major quality which every teacher must have is the communication skill. Effective communication by a teacher probably will allow the students to learn better. And therefore, we must know what could be the barriers and what are the solutions available to them. A teacher always thinks that he is already supreme in the class, and whatever he has learned during his undergraduate or postgraduate studies, he or she feels that that knowledge is enough. It is important that you should collect relevant knowledge for the students. And unless you do that, it will be difficult for them to digest whatever you are going to teach them. Communication skill talks about the medium of instruction. We know all of us, most of us have mother tongue as Marathi, and our schools do teach us everything in Marathi. Very few students learn through English medium, but their teachers are Marathi teachers, and therefore engineering language for medium of instruction is English. And unless you know English very well, unless you have a command over English, it will be difficult for the teachers to teach in English. The students also find it difficult to learn in English. So probably many teachers say that teach in English, explain in Marathi, give notes in English, again explain in Marathi, so on and so forth. But language plays an important role in any teaching learning process. Every teacher also must be aware about body languages. There are many things it is difficult to communicate by words, but in short, you can always communicate excellent things by simple gestures, which is important and everybody must learn. Just clapping for a lecture is also a gesture. It is a body language. It allows the speaker to know that, oh yeah, wonderful. You have spoken well. And when somebody is speaking, if you start clapping, it allows him to know that the speaker is boring others and he should stop talking. So body language plays important role. Accents, you must have seen that South Indian accents and North Indian accents are different. Some people say school, some people say school, etc., etc. The voice, tone, and pitch also play a very important role in the classroom. Your voice must be audible. Your tone must be enough loud or low. The pitch always disturbs the students if it is high pitch, high frequency. Such sounds, you have to remember that you have to be in tune with the students so that you can help them receive better. There are many jargons in most of the subjects that you teach, and understanding the jargons becomes very difficult for the students. Unless you explain the jargons properly to the students, it becomes very difficult for them to understand. So you must know what are the barriers to the communication, and you must know how to overcome, especially for teachers in our state or country. I have observed that they normally prepare everything they start thinking, their thinking process in their own mother tongue. They think in Marathi, translate the sentence, and then communicate to the students. So this translation from Marathi to English takes a little time. Although you think that you have been doing fast, there is always a translation lag if you are trying to do this. My humble request to all the teachers is, please start thinking in English. Speaking in English becomes easy. Now, if we have seen the communication, importance of communications and barriers of communications, we have to remember for teaching learning, there could be a lot of environmental barriers which affect teaching learning process for the teacher as well as for the students. For example, infrastructure, whether it is offline lecture, online lecture, infrastructure plays a very important role. If it is in a classroom, the classroom must be well, and you must have enough illumination, you must have windows, enough aeration, etc., etc. Only people, elite people may afford to have air-conditioned rooms, but otherwise you will have to have enough light and air in the infrastructure if it is a classroom type teaching. If it is online type of teaching, I do not know how many of the students have adequate infrastructure. We have been surveying, I have been on boards of various institutions which are conducting online teaching for last 6 months. And we find it very difficult for many students about the paucity of proper infrastructure with them. We also have a problem of training. How many of the teachers, when they first were asked 6 months ago to start teaching online, how many of them were prepared? How many of them knew how they can do it? Are they competent enough to use the infrastructure online and teach in a better way? I do not know. And there has to be a training for faculty, as well as there has to be training for the students. They also are not aware how to learn online. They don't know how to learn in the classroom. You have to give training of teachers how to teach in the classroom, how to teach online. The students also must learn how to learn in the classroom, how to learn online. This type of training is a basic issue, I believe, at present, and we must make enough efforts to ensure that we give adequate training. Teachers may not have passion to teach, students may not have passion to learn. This becomes a very important barrier in teaching learning process. The family background of a teacher, the family background of a student plays a very important role in teaching learning process itself. You have experienced it, I need not talk about it more. The financial pressures, all teachers have been undergoing the tremendous pressures, not only in private unaided institutions, even government institutions. Faculty is under pressure, and students are under tremendous pressure. They are unable to pay fees. They have to go around, beg. They must run from pillar to post to see that their education is in line. The pressures ultimately affect teaching learning process itself. Everybody has home, everybody has a family, and domestic pressures also work, which affect the teaching learning process itself. Learners, that is the students probably for all of us, they have tremendous, so many barriers. I know that my own maid servant, she has 3 children. She has only one mobile. And when we gave her a smartphone, it was used by her children. So she started saying that I cannot receive a WhatsApp message unless you call me on a simple phone. Now this is something, if the elder son gets the smartphone, what to do? The younger children, how can they have it? Luckily, I found that one of the industrialists in Ahmednagar, he came forward to help us. And one of the institutions in Ahmednagar district, he assured the principal that he will give adequate number of phone sets for all the students whose parents' income is below certain level. Infrastructure is not only a problem with the mobiles or apps or computers with the students. Infrastructure also means, do we have enough connectivity in our country? I've been sitting in Pune. I've been always worried if I am talking online, my internet connection may go anytime. I have set up 2 internet connections. Okay.
Share screen.
Okay.
कैंसिल करा कैंसिल
Okay.
हाँ कैंसिल करा हे जे हाँ या ह्याला आलं ना
My dear friends, am I audible? I hope so. See, when
Yes.
talking about Pune city and the problems of how funny it is that we found that things go wrong. And my friend probably Haloli has been coming all the time, and I find that his slide will appear instead of my slides. I don't know, am I audible to all of you? Can
Yes, sir.
somebody
Yes.
tell me?
Yes, sir.
Can see me, okay. So infrastructure is a basic issue, and internet connectivity for online is a very, very big thing for us. There are many towns and villages in the state where internet connectivity does not exist. I'm sorry to say. It is only probably 30% in the world who probably have access to internet, but there are only 10% people in the world who have proper, well-connected internet connections. In infrastructure also, we have seen that many schools do not have classrooms, many schools do not have adequate shelter, and so on. So infrastructure is a problem, training is a problem, action has been already a problem. So whatever leads to the problems for a faculty, we also find that students have same problem, and the learner problems do not change. But in our country, I find that the biggest problem of the students is why to learn. They don't know. The purpose of education has not been explained to them, either by the parents or by the teachers or by the heads of the institutes. And therefore, it is very important that we must imbibe, we must tell every student what is the purpose of learning. We must try to make sure that we change their mindset. Many people feel, I got into this institute, I should have got to So such a big institute, I should have gone to IIT, I should have gone to etc., etc. And their mindset is a big problem for at least first year, second year, and then unless you try to help them to overcome, it becomes a hindrance to learning itself. They may not have good experience of teachers in the past, and they do not have faith in the teacher who is teaching a particular course or subject. This also becomes a very important problem. We must remember, we must try to tell them that this should not happen. You should assure, every teacher must assure the students that his or her students need not worry about the results. He or she are capable of helping them to reach safely to their goal. We require that every student and faculty should know what is the context of community with every student. Why are they not correct? It is very important for all of us to tell the students how important it is. The community is something which is very important. Actually, our learning should happen and we should be useful to the community. We never try to tell this to our students, and that does not help the students to learn properly. Technical skills, if the teachers have enough skills, the students may not be in a position to acquire those skills, and whatever skills are required to have been acquired in advance, if they don't have, they cannot learn further things, is a big problem. Lack of encouraging environment is also a big problem, and every teacher has to take care that the students are encouraged all the time. I have seen many teachers scolding the students and telling them that you fool, you are not in a position to know 1 + 1, then you are out of this system. Why have you come here? Why should I teach you? Especially mathematics teachers have been all the time talking to me that, sir, whatever they have learned in 5th and 6th standard, they don't know. How can we teach higher mathematics to our students? If we cannot teach mathematics to the students, how can they learn electrical engineering? How can they learn complexities of engineering and so on? Boredom is a big friend. Every student has a very nice friend with them that they all the time they say that who has come to you? It is the boredom which has come to them. We have to make sure that they can get rid of it. Learner can learn to make efforts. In the classroom, one should try to sit in the front bench. In the classroom, one should make sure that his or her eyesight is okay. In the classroom, one must make sure that whatever he hears, learns, reads, he must try to develop some kind of tricks, flashcards, to remember the new words, new things that he is doing. They must try to visualize whatever they are reading, hearing, writing, etc. And all the time, the students must take notes. And when I say that students must take notes, I told you in advance that all teachers, also when they are listening to somebody, they must try to take notes so that they can imbibe this particular art with the students later. The learner can take efforts to learn better when they are online. Check the schedule. Many students forget which lecture is at what time. They don't know what time the lecture is, and then they are reluctant to be present for all the lectures. They will just log in and go away. The teacher feels that somebody has logged in means he or she is present in the class, but the student is probably busy with something else. Most of the teachers and most of the students, I don't think, many times I have found that they are not ready as if they are sitting in the classroom. I remember once upon a time there was a meeting of principals at some place online. One of the principals is a farmer, and I found that he was sitting in the farm under a tree The mobile was kept little away from him. He was sitting in shorts, having not put up even shirt. He was sitting in a banyan. Some chickens and hens were moving around him, making clock, clock, clock noise. There were some birds, the dogs. I told him, when we have a professional meeting, can principals not think of coming to the meeting as if they are prepared properly? Are they serious about the meeting or not? I don't mean to say that this is applicable to every person, but I want all the teachers to remember they must be well prepared, as if they must take bath, they must do everything, and they should go to the class as if they are standing in front of the students in a classroom. At the same time, I would like you to insist that every student is also well prepared to attend the classroom. Teaching learning will happen only if they are ready, they are prepared to do everything as if they are in virtual and actual. There should be no difference in teaching learning process. I want every student to listen to the lecture properly, and they write down the keywords, prepare notes. They must ask questions. Every teacher must allow the students to have a question answer session, without which the lecture will not be successful. I am also going to give you an opportunity to ask questions. I have given you my email address. I would respond to all emails if I receive any. It is very important that the students be given some home assignments, even if the lectures are online, and the students must complete those assignments. If the teacher does not give any assignment, you must urge upon your own students that they should create their own home assignments and try to do them. Whatever they have learned during your lecture, they must work on that topic on the same day, preferably for at least another hour, so that they can remember what has been discussed. The learner is also expected to have several other characteristics. When we ask the students, when we ask the teachers, what should be the qualities of the students, the teachers immediately write down more than 50, easily they will write down. Some of the important qualities of students everybody must know. The learner must be having good character. This is something which I was surprised to see, that when I asked teachers to write down their own important parameters, they never talk about teacher's character. But for students, they say that his character must be good, her character must be good. Remember, every teacher is also a student, and therefore they must have excellent character, exemplary character, so that these students can emulate. Every student must be a good listener, he must be humble, obedient, disciplined, etc., etc., etc. Remember, these are also the qualities not only of learners, these are also the qualities of teachers who are teaching, because every teacher must be a good learner. Now, who is assessing? A teacher is supposed to assess, all right. A teacher is supposed to teach the students, but a teacher has to remember that whatever he or she has taught to the students in the class, it is the duty of the teacher to find out how much the students have learned. If the learning of the students is not enough, it is the duty of the teacher to make sure that 100% students at least learn minimum necessary. The course outcome you must have been talking about. The learning outcomes, course outcomes, these are the jargons which are now used. But in simple thing, we have to remember that everybody must learn, and they must learn adequate enough to lead their life in a proper way. So it is the job of a teacher first to assess their students. And if they are not learned enough, it is the job of the teacher, whether to teach them in extra time, whether to teach them in whatever way they want, they should do it. I have been advocating, I have been telling the teachers that teaching online to hundreds of students is nonsense. It is impossible for you to have eye contact with all the students, even online. It is impossible for the teacher to answer to the queries of the students in a big number. Currently, we are practicing it that 100 plus students are attending the class of his teacher. Is it good? I think it is not good. You must give more time now. You are sitting at home and giving lectures online. Give more time. Teach 15 to 20 students same subject. Repeat your lectures for next batches of 15 or 20. It will help you to improve. It will help the students to understand, and that would lead to a better learning outcome for every student. Every student is being assessed by the teacher who is teaching a particular course. There are teacher guardian schemes which are popular for last 10, 15 years. And the teacher guardian is supposed to look at the progress, personal progress of the student in the class for a particular semester, for a particular year. At the same time, the teacher guardian is also responsible, is considered to be responsible. I don't know whether they follow this or not, but they are considered to be responsible for a better behavior of the students under his or her command. There are coordinators appointed in a college which talk about extracurricular activities, co-curricular activities, sports, debating, etc., etc. And we expect that all students who would participate in these things, they would be assessed by these coordinators, and then they will come to conclusions that, okay, our team of cricket will have 14 students out of 50 who are aspiring to participate in team, etc. Every department head looks at the discipline, conduct of the lectures, conduct of the practicals. I asked many heads of the departments recently, how do you manage whether you make sure that your teachers are taking online lectures? Everybody says that I have conducted 30 lectures. Everybody says that more than 50% students have been present. Has any HOD, has any principal attended any of these classes? Does he regularly, does he or she as a principal or head of the department anytime attend any of the classes which are scheduled on that particular day? Is he or she aware of the schedules for the entire institute, entire department? I doubt, but I'm urging to all of you that this must be done. Discipline for teaching learning is extremely important, and because of lack of discipline in our education system, we are losing a lot of advantage, which is a global advantage. We are at tremendous disadvantage. Remember this. The principal is responsible for conduct of everything in the institute. Students are assessed, students are punished, students are encouraged, students are helped. Head of the institute is responsible for that. The students are also assessed, not only by the educational institute. The university does not simply assess and say pass or fail. The class teacher does not simply say good or bad. At the same time, industry is assessing all the students. They are talking about, when we talk about employability of a student, existence has direct relationship with employability today. All parents, all students in the state, I find that they are worried about the employability of a student. If the student is not employable, they are not happy with the institute where he or she is studying. And therefore, for employability, industry is also very curious to know whether the student has adequate knowledge. Do you use Bloom's taxonomy? Whether the knowledge received is the student in a position to apply? Can he or she solve problems? Does he or she have good behavior in a group, in a team? Can be a part of the team? Solo performances are of no use. Sachin Tendulkar used to help us in a big way, but if entire team doesn't work well, you can never be winner in the game. So group behavior has been playing an important role in most of the industries today. And every student must be prepared to be a part of team. The personality of every student plays an important role during employability, and the attitude has to be very positive, cooperative. The student must learn to be very, very positive in life. The job of teacher is not only to teach whatever is there in the curriculum. It is not only to teach the students what is it, how they can apply their knowledge in various situations, in various problems. The job of the teacher is also to make sure that personality of the student grows in all possible directions and the attitude of the student becomes positive. And therefore, I would again come back and say that if the teachers do not have positive attitude, the students can never have positive attitude. If the teachers do not maintain proper personality, students cannot emulate them. They cannot imbibe the same qualities as teachers. Unless you are good, students can never be good. Please remember this. And the assessment, although industry is doing for the students, if teachers are good, students automatically becomes very good. The assessment of students does not stop here. Remember, the stakeholders in educational institute are not only the board of the governors, the university, the DTE, the state, etc., etc. It is the society which is very important. It plays a very important role. And social contribution of the students, if it is seen, many people organize blood donation, tree plantation, etc., etc., NSS, encourage the students to see that they know how to participate in social activities. If the students do not innovate, the assessment of the students is not done. They will say that these students are not very good. And if you create entrepreneurs, that should be the dream of every institute, to create at least 10% students must become entrepreneur every time. If that is achieved, we rule the world. I'm sure, although Honorable Narendra Modi ji is talking about Make in India, how many of our institutions are helping our students to work in that direction in Make in India process? Let us see if we can do something, the students will do much better. Remember, teachers are also being assessed all the time. The students assess them for knowledge, ability to teach, etc. The peer teachers also are looking at the peer teachers. Remember, if you are good, make others good. All teachers must behave like family, and every teacher must try to help other teachers. At the same time, when they are helping the students, they must also help the fellow teachers. याला काय येत नाही, त्याला काय येत नाही असं जर एखाद्याला वाटत असेल, I would urge upon them, अरे, if he doesn't know or she doesn't know something, why don't you tell them? Why don't you help them? The ego in our teaching learning system is so big. Many teachers are so egoistic that they will not allow anything to part with anybody else. Remember, if you give knowledge, it does not reduce, it grows. Help others with knowledge. HOD is supposed to assess the teachers for excellent results. Their PG teaching, the research contribution is very important, and it is the job of the head of the department to encourage the teachers to do all these things and help to better the teaching learning process. The principal is always happy if teachers are branded, if the teachers receive some awards, felicitations. But principal forgets that it is his job to tell teachers, "Arey, this kind of opportunity could be there for you. Why don't you go ahead, try it, get it, etc." It is not only clapping for somebody, you must make sure that your own teacher goes there, receives award, works for it, etc. Management is always happy with the branding. If the institute has a brand, they have large number of students, and large number of students means adequate money to run the institute. Departments are also assessed as a whole. The students assess for the reputation of the department. Teachers help them for growth by facilities, by they can bring funds and the department can grow. The principal or management is also assessing the department, making sure that internal revenue, if a department is generating, they will have positive feeling about the department. Remember, All India Council for Technology has set up National Board of Accreditation way back in 1994. And the job of NBA is to accredit a program. That means a department is being assessed by NBA. My goodness, I have been watching the progress of NBA. Even today, in the past, we never had more than 5% programs in the country accredited by NBA. You may say anything. If NBA has proposed some standards, it is our job to adhere to them. Not more than 5% programs are assessed and accredited by NBA. There are many institutions, about 80% of the institutions probably are not eligible even to apply for NBA. Very sad thing. We have to find out how we can overcome this situation. There is another accrediting agency which accredits, National Accreditation and Assessment Council, NAC at Bangalore. Their job is to accredit the institute as a whole. For engineering programs, actually it is NBA which is important, but we try to take help from NAC and see that our institute becomes A grade. What is A grade? A grade means, okay, you have everything probably running smoothly. NAC, even then, we find that out of those 52,000 colleges in the country, I don't think more than 10% are. I'm sorry, friends.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting back to you. I'll just come back. I'll just join you. I don't know what is happening, but I'm sorry.
You're audible now.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening, but don't worry. I will be there all the time and I'll come back to you. So, university and government is happy with the institute if they provide them some kind of branding. Remember, I found through research papers and there is a comment on Wikipedia that education standard in country India is absolutely low. And it is very evident when NAC has not been done for all 100% institutions, if NBA has not been done even for 90% of the programs, that means the standard is very low. At the same time, the biggest thing which is worrying me is that value has been lost in education. When value is not there in education, we know that corruption begins. If we do anything, if we compel people to do anything, the first thing that comes up is corruption. Value-based education and value education is very important in our country, and only teachers can change the entire society. Only teachers can help. Only teachers can help the society to grow well. Only teachers can change the entire scenario of the country. My appeal to all my teachers, please look at it carefully. Please try to help them. Please try to do it in the best possible way. If you are unable to do things, teaching, learning will not happen. The students will not be good. The people will not be good. The institutions cannot grow. And my request to all the teachers is that you must work hard. If you want to grow, it is possible Only if your institution grows, you can grow. प्रत्येकाला असं वाटतं की माझा पगार डबल व्हावा, मला 7 पे मिळावा, I must get paid as per 7 pay. Where are the students? Are you in a position to attract students? It is the teacher's role, it is the job of the teachers to make sure that teaching learning happens properly. If the institutes are branded that, okay, any student joining this institute gets proper learning, gets proper employment, gets proper things to do, either the student will go for higher education in best possible institutions, or they can start up their own small work and the institution will help them. If institute grows, then only every teacher can grow. Nobody will pay you more unless they themselves start getting adequate number of students, adequate money at their disposal. I wish all my listeners, all the participating teachers, all the best in the future. I want you to make sure that you work hard, find out what we have discussed in this time. There are 5 minutes time. I can take up some questions if the organizers allow me. I'm extremely happy, indebted to Professor Hurekar, Principal Giskar, for allowing me to be a part of this program. I know I have been talking about what is my experience in the past. People may think that I am admonishing teachers. People may think that I am trying to advocate teachers as if they are not doing so well. I have seen many teachers who are doing extremely well, doing excellent work, and I want all of you to be a part of that excellent group. When you are participating, do not participate for any. Okay. ये क्या होता है? I'm sorry, friends, I have been getting disconnected time and again, but I hope you enjoyed the lecture. If you have any questions, please send me the questions in my email. And please remember, internet connection is unstable. And remember, I write on blogs in Marathi. Most of the people writing in Marathi, and my blog address is hemantabhankar.blogspot.com/. Visit my blogs, give your opinion there, or you can write to me. Nitin, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. You are not audible now.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening, but I can't. Okay, I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Can we go?
Thank you, sir. We will take some questions from participants. Now,
I have no problem. You are free.
so the participant can ask the question. Patel, you can ask your question.
Good morning, Abhinkar sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir? Thank you for.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Sir, my question is like negative. I am not negative at all. It is very positive, but just
go ahead, my dear friend. Go ahead.
Kind of concern. So nowadays, these engineering institutions are doing so many things, and this accreditation process, NBA, NAC, and all, has made teaching less and documentation more. So what is your take on this? Sir, I think you were left during the session.
Not hear you, and there is some problem. I don't know.
Yes, sir, I will repeat my question.
Please go ahead and you ask me question.
So my question
Please,
is,
I can listen to you.
yeah, my question is, say engineering education and institutions are doing so many things nowadays,
Yes.
and teaching, because of this NAC and NBA accreditation procedure, teaching has become less, and documentation and so many other things have been given more importance. So what is your take on this, sir? Please share your opinion. So what can be done, because you, people like you are on higher committees at NBA, NAC and AICTE, UGC. So you please share your opinion. I just want to know your opinion, please.
Until I think whatever I could hear you, I will try to give my opinion. I think you want to know that because of NAC and so many committees visiting for assessment, the burden of documentation has increased for the teachers. I hope that is your question.
Yes, sir.
Remember, the quality of education is the responsibility of not only the students, teachers, and the institutes and accrediting agencies. It is the responsibility of everybody as a whole. What is important is, are we happy with whatever we are doing? When we start thinking that I'm doing well, it is important for us to go to somebody and ask them, we need a mirror. Look at the mirror and see that whether you are okay or not. This is actually all these organizations were set up to help you to improve. People have been looking at them as police. They think that these are the agencies which have come to criticize you. Although the critical observation done by them should be in a position to help you to improve. Many people take it in a negative way. Allow Hello, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. So my request to all the teachers is allow. It's all right. If you have to do some documentation, please do it. Spare some more time. It is okay. We all these accrediting agencies are not supposed to demoralize you. They are supposed to encourage you. They must be in a position to help you. They must show you where you can have some space for improvement. काही काही वेळेला काय होतं, लोकांना असं वाटायला लागतं की आम्ही इतके भारी आहोत की आमच्यापेक्षा दुसरा कोणी असूच शकत नाही. अरे पण ते दुसऱ्या कोणाला तरी म्हणू दे ना, तू कशाला म्हणतो तू फार मोठा आहेस. Let allow people to come, inspect you, find out what are good things about you, find out where there is a possibility of improvement. Continuous improvement is the expectation of all agencies from you. Forget about the pressure that you are experiencing. It's all right. Wish you all the best. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other question from participants?
Evrekar, you are listening to all lectures? You are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
very happy. You are a very good coordinator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have listened to the entire lecture and it was very informative and very nicely you presented your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I leave?
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Okay. So we summarize this session.
Yes, please.
So
Go
in
ahead.
this session, sir started his lecture with simple questions like learning to whom, why do all living things learn, and so on. In this session, sir also explain the teaching learning process with the help of diagram and simple examples which we face in day-to-day life. Sir also defined some barriers of teaching process as well as barriers of the learners. Sir also discussed the expectation as well as qualities from the student or learners when during the lecture in classroom as well as online. Sir also explained the how students, teachers, institute are assessed. So thank you sir for such wonderful lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would leave now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Next session.
So all participants, next session will be after 5 minutes break.
All participants, please note that next session will be very important and useful to all of you for your personal health. So all of you must go through next session very carefully, and it is really beneficial to everyone. And it is on yoga, health, and definitely this session will be different from all those sessions that we already are hearing in this particular session, in this particular program. So it is slightly different, and please be there and attend this next session. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Am I audible, sir? Rao, sir. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We will start session soon. Can you share your screen, sir? And unmute yourself. Sir, share screen करता है.
Yes, sir. एक मिनट.
हाँ हाँ सर सर. Okay, sir. Sir, we will start within 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. I, Nilesh Pandre, welcome you all in 1 week AICTE ISTE approved refresher program on innovative teaching learning method. Since world is facing a pandemic situation of COVID-19 and every one of us is challenged by mental health, even the government of India has first of its kind introduced the mental health mission and mission policy, and Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also launched Fit India movement in 2019. In this regard, I would like to introduce today's chief guest, Mr. Rajendra Raut. He will speak on health and happiness, Fit India movement. Prior to this, he received his BA in 1999. He earned his BEd in the year 2000. 2000. Presently, he is working as master trainer of ISTE. He is also working as Art of Living senior teacher. He has arranged YLTP and RPL sessions, and he has experience of teaching soft skill since 20 years. He has conducted almost 50,000 sessions all over India of yoga. He has his expertise in pranayam, meditation, source of energy, pran, the state of mind, importance of breathe, nature of mind, and health tips. So he has also certified by Ayush Ministry as QCI certified yoga trainer. Thank you. I welcome such a renowned person in this program. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल। तो आज शुरू करते हैं। आज का विषय जो है तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है, हेल्थ एंड हैप्पीनेस। तो आज के इस पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन में हम देखते हैं तो सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत क्या है हमको। तो सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत होती है, जैसे कि हमने पिछले मार्च में 2020 मार्च में लॉकडाउन शुरू हुआ, उसके बाद जो हमने देखा है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत लोगों को पड़ी है वो है अपनी आरोग्य के प्रति, हेल्थ के प्रति, और उसके बाद नंबर आता है हैप्पीनेस का। तो सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इंटरनेट में सबसे ज्यादा सर्च किया गया वर्ड कौन सा होगा, वो है इम्यूनिटी, मेडिटेशंस, ये सब ज्यादा से ज्यादा टॉपिक पे सर्च हुआ है, ऐसा गूगल बता रहा है। तो आज हम इसी विषय के बारे में जानकारी लेंगे और उसमें से कुछ हमारे लिए क्या मिलता है उसके बारे में सोचेंगे। उसके बाद थोड़ा सा प्राणायाम या थोड़ा सा सूक्ष्म योगा भी सीखेंगे और हम मेडिटेशन भी करेंगे। और उसके बाद आपको जो हेल्थ के बारे में, प्राणायाम के, मेडिटेशन के बारे में, अपने लाइफस्टाइल के बारे में अगर कुछ सवाल पूछने हो तो उसके बाद पूछ सकते हो। तो फिर से एक बार गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल। तो आज हम देखो आज का जो टॉपिक है इसमें पहले देखते हैं कि हमारा जो एनर्जी लेवल होता है, हमें जो एनर्जी मिलती है कहाँ से मिलती है, इसके बारे में हम सोचते नहीं है। हमने स्कूल में पढ़ा है एनर्जी मिलती है खाने से, बिल्कुल सही बात है। तो 4 तरह से हमें एनर्जी मिलती है। तो 4 सोर्सेस ऑफ एनर्जी। एनर्जी का पहला सोर्स है हमारा फूड, यानी खाना। तो हम कितना खाते हैं, क्या खाते हैं, कैसे खाते हैं, उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी है। खाने के बारे में हमारे भारतवर्ष में बहुत सारे विचारधाराएं, अलग अलग विचारधारा है। ये खाना चाहिए, वो नहीं खाना चाहिए, इस टाइम में खाना चाहिए, 2 बार खाना चाहिए, 3 बार खाना चाहिए, अलग अलग टाइम पे खाना चाहिए। लेकिन सबसे सही क्या है, हमारे लिए योग्य क्या है, इसके बारे में अगर हम जानकारी रखते हैं तो बहुत सारे आने वाले समय में हमारे आरोग्य की समस्याएं दूर हो जाएगी या समस्याएं नहीं आएगी। इसलिए हमें जानना चाहिए। तो आहार, सही समय पे सही आहार हमें एक अच्छी सी ऊर्जा प्रदान करता है। बहुत सारे लोग ये बताते हैं बहुत सारा खाओ, बहुत सारी ऊर्जा। क्या होगा बहुत सारा खाने से? ऊर्जा तो नहीं मिलेगी, लेकिन बहुत सारा पेट खराब होगा, मन खराब होगा। तो सही मात्रा में हमें खाना चाहिए। सही यानी कितना, ये तो बहुत मुश्किल बात है। लेकिन खाने का कब, कैसे हम तय करते हैं कितना खाना चाहिए? घर में क्या बना है उसके ऊपर हम सोचते हैं कि क्या खाना है। मैंने अभी मई महीने में एक व्यंग्य चित्र देखा था। उसमें घर की जो महिला है वो अपने पति से बोलती है आज तुम्हारे लिए मैं कितनी रोटी बनाऊं। तो बाहर से खड़ा होता है, वो बोलता है मेरे लिए 2 रोटी बनाओ। फिर उसके बाद उसका जवाब होता है कि आज हमने आमरस बनाया है। तो वो बोलता है आज मेरे लिए 5 रोटी बनाओ। तो इससे क्या हुआ, क्या खाने में है इसके उसके ऊपर हम तय करते हैं कि कितना खाना है। ये तो गलत है। तो कितना खाना चाहिए? तो हमें नेचर ने हमें एक बहुत मापदंड दिया, हर एक के पास है एक, जैसे की मराठी में बोलते ना ओंजळ, एका ओंजळीत बसेल एवढं, एक अंजली में जितना बैठता है उतना ही हमारी पेट की साइज है, उतना ही खाना चाहिए, ना कि ज्यादा खाना चाहिए ना कि कम खाना चाहिए। तो सही मात्रा में खाने से हमें एक अच्छा एनर्जी मिलती है। इतना खाना इतना खाना चाहिए कि अलग अलग पदार्थ होने चाहिए इसमें। खाने में ही अगर बात करते रहे तो 1-1.5 घंटा इसमें ही बीतता जाएगा। लेकिन 3 प्रकार होते हैं खाने के, जो हमारा आयुर्वेद बताता है। उसमें से तामसिक भोजन होता है, दूसरा होता है राजसिक भोजन, और तीसरा होता है सात्विक भोजन। तो तामसिक में क्या क्या आता है वो परहेज करना चाहिए हमें, जैसे कि ज्यादा मांसाहारी पदार्थ होते हैं, या तो बासी भोजन होता है, शिळ अन्न, बासी भोजन, तो वो सब तामसिक में आता है। और जो कुछ अगर किसी को कुछ व्यसन करते हैं उससे भी तमस बढ़ जाता है। तो तामसिक अन्न खाने से एनर्जी का लेवल डाउन होता है। दूसरा है कि हमें राजसिक भोजन करते हैं। तो राजसिक भोजन यानी क्या, कि सभी तली हुई चीजें, मसालेदार चीजें, ये सब राजसिक में आती है। तो राजसिक भोजन भी हमें अच्छा नहीं है, एनर्जी के लिए ठीक नहीं है। और तीसरा है सात्विक भोजन। इस सात्विक भोजन करते हैं, जैसे कि अंकुरित होते हैं ना, पल्सेस, दूध, फ्रूट्स, फ्रेश वेजिटेबल्स, ये सब हमें खाना चाहिए, उससे हमें बहुत सारी एनर्जी मिलती है। तो खाने अच्छा, सही समय पे, सही तरीके से, सही मात्रा में खाने से हमें एनर्जी मिलती है। ये पहला सोर्स है। एनर्जी के बारे में क्यों जानना चाहिए मैं आगे बताऊंगा ये आपको। दूसरा सोर्स है नींद, स्लीप। तो अभी के जमाने में सबसे अगर लोगों को ज्यादा दिक्कत आ रही है, मैं देख रहा हूँ पिछले 20 साल से मैं ट्रैवलिंग करता हूँ, देखता हूँ, सुनता हूँ, अलग अलग एज ग्रुप के लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन करता हूँ। तो सबसे अभी के जमाने में प्रॉब्लम लोगों को आ रही है नींद के बारे में। नींद नहीं आती, जल्दी नींद नहीं आती, ज्यादा नींद नहीं होती, फिर नींद न आने से भी एनर्जी हमें नहीं मिलती। ज्यादा नींद लेने से भी अच्छा नहीं लगता है, कम नींद लेने से भी फ्रेश नहीं लगता है। तो कितना नींद लेना चाहिए, तो रिकमेंडेड नींद कितना है, स्लीप कितना है, 6 to 8 आवर्स, 6 से 8 घंटे हमें अच्छे से सोना चाहिए, एकदम अच्छे से। जैसे कि बच्चे सोते हैं ना, एकदम मराठी में बोलते गाढ, एकदम गाढ झोप यायला पाहिजे, वैसे एकदम जैसे छोटे बच्चे सोते हैं ना एकदम मस्त, वैसे सोना चाहिए। लेकिन क्या होता है, सोते समय हम सोते हैं, लेकिन हाथ में हमारा एक डिवाइस होता है, उसका नाम है सेल फोन, वो हमें सोने नहीं देता है। फिर आंखों पे तो नींद आती है, फिर आंखें फाड़ फाड़ के हम देखते हैं, अरे क्या है, कौन से मैसेजेस है, फिर अलग अलग नेटवर्क के प्लेटफॉर्म है, वो देखते रहते, नींद खराब हो जाती है। और बहुत सारे लोगों को अलग अलग डिसीजेस होने लगे हैं इस नींद की वजह से। तो 6 से 8 घंटा नींद लेने से, जिनको फिजिकली वर्क ज्यादा है 8 घंटा सोना चाहिए, जिनको मेंटली वर्क है, फिजिकली ज्यादा वर्क नहीं है, 6 से 7 घंटा नींद अब ठीक है, अब उतनी ही काफी है। तो 6 से 7 घंटा अच्छी से नींद होना चाहिए। फिर तीसरा सोर्स है, अच्छे नींद से हमें दूसरे दिन फ्रेश लगना चाहिए, तो हमें एनर्जी का सोर्स है स्लीप। तीसरा सोर्स है वो है ब्रेथ, यानी सांस, हमारी सांस। हम सांस लेते हैं और सांस छोड़ते हैं, हमने स्कूल में तो सीखा है सब कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड छोड़ते हैं और ऑक्सीजन लेते हैं। तो जरूरत है शरीर को ऑक्सीजन की। शरीर में जितने भी सेल्स है, सिस्टम चल रहे हैं, ब्लड प्यूरिफिकेशन है, उसको सबको ऑक्सीजन की जरूरत होती है। तो सही मात्रा में ऑक्सीजन लेते हैं तो हमें एनर्जी मिलती है। तो इसके भी बारे में भी जानेंगे हम, आज ज्यादा जानेंगे इसके बारे में, क्योंकि हम ध्यान नहीं देते इसकी तरफ। तो अच्छे से सांस लेते हैं तो हमारी एनर्जी ज्यादा बनी रहती है। और चौथा सोर्स है काम, क्लियर एंड मेडिटेटिव माइंड, एक शांत और आनंदित मन। शांत और ध्यानस्थ मन हमें ऊर्जा प्रदान करता है। हमारा मन शांत कब होता है, ध्यानस्थ कब होता है, बहुत ही कम बार हमारा मन शांत और आनंदित होता है। देखो, एक लड़का है और एक काम पे काम शुरू करना है, उसे डिग्री पूरा किया है उसने, मान लो कि इंजीनियरिंग का डिग्री पूरा किया है, अभी कॉलेज से घर जा रहा है और बहुत थका हुआ है, दिन भर उसने कुछ काम किया है, लेक्चर्स किए, प्रैक्टिकल्स किए हैं, और जा रहा है घर पे, बहुत ही घर नजदीक आ रहा है, और जाते जाते बच्चे खेलते हैं, चिल्लाते हैं, उसे क्या लगता है क्या बच्चे चिल्लाते हैं, कितनी बुरी आवाज है, वो सह नहीं पाता। फिर आगे जाता है, एक महिला होती है, वो बर्तन मांज रही होती है, वो सुनता है क्या कितना आवाज कर्कश के उसका, सुनने में अच्छा नहीं लगता है। फिर आगे चलता है तो उसी क्षण उसकी मोबाइल की रिंग बजती है, और वो मोबाइल देखता है, और जिस व्यक्ति का फोन का इंतजार कर रहा होता है, उसी का फोन उसकी तरफ से उसको आ गया, और फोन लिया, उसने उठाया, हेलो किया, वहां से आ गई आवाज यस। जैसे ही यस सुना उसने, तो उसका पूरा मूड बदल गया, एकदम एनर्जेटिक हो गया, जिसका इंतजार कर रहा था वो। अभी वो फोन कॉल किसी कंपनी की भी हो सकती है, शायद उसने इंटरव्यू दिया हो, कौन सी भी हो सकती है। तो एक फोन कॉल से उसका पूरा दिन भर का जो था वो चेंज हो गया, और उसी वातावरण को उसने कैसे देखता है अभी, जैसे बच्चे देखते हैं, अरे क्या क्यूट बच्चे, इतना मस्त खेलते हैं, अरे क्या महिला है, क्या बर्तन मांज रही, इतना अच्छा आवाज आता है। वही सिचुएशन है, वही वातावरण है, लेकिन एक फोन कॉल की वजह से उसका मन पलट गया। तो एक शांत और आनंदित मन बहुत सारी ऊर्जा देता है। इसके विपरीत अशांत मन हमें ऊर्जा नहीं देता है। इसीलिए हमें शांत और आनंदित मन रखना चाहिए। तो ये 4 सोर्सेस है हमें एनर्जी के। पहला तो मैंने बताया फूड, दूसरा है स्लीप, तीसरा है ब्रेथ, और चौथा है काम, क्लियर एंड मेडिटेटिव माइंड। तो हम 2 ही प्रकार जानते थे, क्या? खाना और सोना। वो भी ठीक तरह से खाना नहीं, ठीक तरह से सोना नहीं। तो आज हम जानेंगे हर एक के पीछे कैसे काम करे, हमारे लाइफस्टाइल में उसका कैसे प्रयोग करें। तो हमें क्या करना है, हमारे ब्रेथ के बारे में थोड़ा सा जानेंगे, क्या है प्राणा, क्या है उसका, हमारे माइंड से क्या रिलेशन है, तो हमें कैसे उसमें सुधार करना चाहिए। सबसे बड़ी बात है हमारी प्राण। प्राणा यानी सेटल एनर्जी, हमारे सेटल लाइफ फोर्स, उसको लाइफ फोर्स बुलाए प्राणा को। तो इस प्राणा, संस्कृत में प्राण बोलते हैं, इंग्लिश में उसे बोलते हैं लाइफ फोर्स एनर्जी। प्राण शक्ति को शरीर में नियमन करना, उसे प्राणायाम बोलते हैं। तो क्या होता है, हमारी प्राणा कम होता है तो क्या होता है, थक जाते हैं, टायर्ड फील करते हैं। फिर प्राणा कम होता है तो क्या होते हैं, चिड़चिड़ापन आ जाता है। प्राणा कम होने से क्या होता है, डलनेस महसूस करते, अच्छा नहीं लगता। प्राणा कम होने से क्या होता है, डिप्रेस महसूस करते हैं लोग। ये सब होता है प्राणा कम होने से। प्राण लेवल, एनर्जी लेवल अगर कम है तो और क्या होता है, निगेटिव विचार, निगेटिव थॉट्स आने शुरू हो जाते हैं। इसीलिए निगेटिव थॉट से निगेटिव करता है आदमी। तो ये सब होता है प्राण की कमी होने से। तो हमें क्या करना है, प्राण ज्यादा होता है, हाई होता है तो क्या होता है, प्राणा हाई होता है तो एकदम एनर्जेटिक महसूस करते हैं, अरे क्या करूं आज, आज क्या करूं, आज कॉलेज में ये पढ़ाऊंगा, आज मैं ऐसे करूंगा, मैं ये वैसे करूंगा, इतना मूड, बोलते हैं ना मूड, वो मूड अच्छा हो जाता है प्राण लेवल ज्यादा होने से। अच्छा फीलिंग आते हैं, बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे फीलिंग्स आते हैं। फिर और क्या होता है, जॉयफुल रहते हैं हम प्राणा लेवल ज्यादा होने से। फिर हमारा रेजिलियंस जो है, और रेजिलियंस अच्छा होता है हर एक प्रतीक। तो पॉजिटिविटी आती है, प्राणा लेवल ज्यादा होने से पॉजिटिविटी आती है, हमें सकारात्मक सोच, सकारात्मक विचार आने लगते हैं प्राणा लेवल हाई होने से। तो हमें क्या करना है, प्राणा लेवल और हमारी मन की स्थिति, उसका एक में बोलते हैं ना, एक में बरोबर कनेक्शन आहे, तसं एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्शन होता है प्राणा और हमारा माइंड, यानी ब्रेथ एंड माइंड, इसका एक साथ कनेक्शन होता है। दूसरा क्या होता है, अगर ज्यादा सेंटर्ड होते, ज्यादा प्राण लेवल हम रखते हैं, बनाते हैं, या उसकी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, तो हमारा मन शांत होता है, आनंदित होता है, सेंटर्ड, फोकस माइंड। एक फोकस माइंड से ही अच्छा काम कर सकते, एक फोकस माइंड से ही पढ़ा सकते हैं हम, एक फोकस माइंड से ही रिलेशन अच्छे बनते हैं। मान लो अगर आप में एनर्जी नहीं है तो हम एक दूसरे के साथ कम्युनिकेशन भी नहीं अच्छा कर पाते। इसलिए बहुत मायने रखता है हमारी प्राणा लेवल। तो प्राणा लेवल को हमको ऊपर उठाना है, वो कैसे उठाना है उसका थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिकल भी आज हम करेंगे। तो प्राणा लेवल को हमें क्या करना है, बढ़ाना है अलग अलग टेक्निक का उपयोग करके। दूसरा है हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता। अभी जिसको पॉसिबल है हमें चैट में उत्तर देना है आपको। जीवन की गुणवत्ता किस चीज पर निर्भर होती है? हमारे जीवन की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ किस बात पर डिपेंड होती है? अगर मेरे पास सब कुछ है, मेरे पास गाड़ी है, बंगला है, बीवी है, बच्चे है, सब कुछ है, इंटरनेट कनेक्शन है, अच्छी अच्छी जॉब है, ये ये मायने रखती है क्या हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता अच्छी रखने के लिए? गुड हेल्थ, वेरी गुड। और क्या क्या होना चाहिए? स्टेटस ऑफ माइंड, वेरी गुड। और क्या होना चाहिए? हैप्पीनेस, काम माइंड, इंटरनल, वेरी गुड। गुड मेंटल हेल्थ, सही बात है बहुत। अभी मैं ऐसे लोगों के सामने बैठा हूं कि जो ऑलरेडी इंटेलिजेंट लोग हैं सब, पीस। तो हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता, हेल्थ, ओके, सारंग जी बता रहे हेल्थ, पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग, ओके, डॉक्टर संता जी वेरी गुड, हैप्पीनेस, ओके। तो हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता निर्भर करती है स्टेट ऑफ माइंड, मन की स्थिति पर। मेरे पास सब कुछ है लेकिन मन मेरा खराब है, तो उस जो भी भौतिक सुविधा है उसका लाभ मैं नहीं उठा पाऊंगा। सेटिस्फैक्शन। The quality of your life depends on state of your mind. मन की स्थिति पर अपने जीवन की गुणवत्ता निर्भर होती है, और मन की स्थिति हर 2 घंटे के बाद बदलती है। वो साइंस बताता है, रिसर्च बताता है, हर 2 घंटे के बाद मन की स्थिति में परिवर्तन आता है। जैसे सुबह मन की स्थिति थी, अब दोपहर में नहीं है, शाम तक बदल जाएगी, रात को और मन की स्थिति बदल सकती है। हर 2 घंटे के बाद हमारी मन की स्थिति बदलती है। तो हमें मन की स्थिति हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता को निर्भर करती है। मन की स्थिति एक ही चीज से बदली जाती है, वो है प्राण शक्ति। क्योंकि देखो ना, हमारा हमारे अंदर है ना, हम सांस और हमारा मन एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्टेड है। कैसे कनेक्टेड है? हमें अगर डर लगता है तो सांस फूलती है, कुछ नहीं किया है, बस डर के विचार आ गए, क्या होगा, कि कोरोना के बाद क्या होगा, मेरा जॉब रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा। इस विचार से भी आपका मन खराब हो सकता है। बहुत सारे लोगों के जॉब चले गए, बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन में परिवर्तन आ गया उस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में। तो डर की वजह से हमारी सांस की लय में परिवर्तन आता है। स्ट्रेस या क्रोध आता है, हमें गुस्सा आता है, तो गुस्सा आता है तो सांस कैसे चलती है, इससे प्रेशर आता है सांस के ऊपर। तो भय होता है, डर होता है, क्रोध आता है, उससे सांस का पैटर्न चेंज हो जाए, वो हो जाता है। उसके विपरीत क्या है? जैसे हम खुश है, आनंदित है, सांस हल्की फुल्की चलेगी एकदम आराम से। तो सांस जैसे कि मान लो एक डोर की तरह है, स्ट्रेंथ की तरह है, और मन है पतंग की तरह, काइट। तो मन रूपी पतंग को सांस रूपी डोर से हमें कंट्रोल में रखना है। वही टेक्निक हमें आज सीखना है, तो उसको प्राणायाम बोलते हैं। तो आज के जमाने में बहुत जरूरी है। तो प्राण शक्ति कहाँ पर महसूस करते हैं ज्यादा? देखो आप कहाँ पर हिल स्टेशन पे चले जाते हैं, जैसे ही गाड़ी से उतरते हैं ना, ऐसा पूरे फेफड़े भर के सांस लेते हैं हम। सही या गलत? आप लाइक कर सकते हैं, आपके पास वर्चुअली है। जैसे भी पहाड़ पे जाते हैं या अ, समुद्र के तट पर जाते हैं, जैसे भी वहां जाते हैं ना, पहला काम करते हैं, एकदम फेफड़े भर लेती है, यानी वहां पर प्राण ऊर्जा ज्यादा होती है। इसलिए हमें वहां पर प्राण ऊर्जा लेने की। उसके विपरीत अंडरग्राउंड, इस कई टनल में जा अंडरग्राउंड, वही वहां से कब बाहर निकालो ऐसे मन होता है, अरे यहाँ से कब बाहर निकालो मैं। यानी नीचे जाते हैं जहां पर प्राणा कम होता है, वहां से बाहर आने का मन होता है, जल्दी बाहर आने का मन होता है। और जहां पर पहाड़ी होती है, समुद्र तट होते हैं, वहां पर अच्छा लगता है। क्यों? क्योंकि वहां पर एनर्जी का सोर्स ज्यादा है। इसलिए पहले ऋषि मुनि होते थे ना, साधु होते थे ना, जो प्राणायाम की प्रैक्टिस करते, मेडिटेशन की प्रैक्टिस करते, वो सभी मंदिर एक तो अ, पहाड़ पे होते हैं, या तो जहां पर पानी का ज्यादा सोर्स है, नदी के किनारे पे होगा, या तो कहीं पे होता है, क्योंकि एनर्जी का वहां पर सोर्स ज्यादा था। तो हमारा प्राण शक्ति और मन का एक बहुत ही बड़ा रिलेशन है, हमें जानना चाहिए। तो अभी सांस जो है, वो सांस लेते हैं, हमारा जीवन का पहला कृत्य है सांस लिया हमने। जो देखो, बच्चा पैदा होता है ना, तो पहला काम क्या करता है? बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं रोता है, रोने से पहले काम करता है, सांस लेता है खुद, क्योंकि वो इंडिपेंडेंट हो जाता है। उसके बाद वो रोना शुरू कर देता है, टैं। फिर लोग हंसते हैं, अरे बच्चा हो गए, खुशहाल है। और आखिरी कृत्य क्या करने वाले हैं हम सब? करना ही पड़ेगा। वो क्या है? जो सांस लिया है ना, वो छोड़ेंगे बस। सांस लिया पहली, और सांस छोड़ेंगे। दो सांसों के बीच में जो भी हमारा चलता है ना, उसको हम जीवन बोलते हैं। तो पहला कृत्य है सांस लेना, आखिरी कृत्य है सांस छोड़ना। सांस लिया हमने, हम रोना शुरू कर दिए, उसके बाद लोगों ने हमको देख के हंसा। और आखिरी कृत्य क्या करेंगे? सांस छोड़ेंगे। हमारे चेहरे के ऊपर क्या होना चाहिए? अभी रोना होना चाहिए, हंसना होना चाहिए? ऑब्वियसली हंसना होना चाहिए। ऐसा जीवन जीना है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी क्षण अगर बुलावा आता है, तो ऐसा तृप्त तृप्त जीवन जीना चाहिए। तो चेहरे पे तृप्त होना चाहिए, और लोगों ने हमारे लिए रोना चाहिए। तो एक सक्सेसफुल आदमी का वही लक्षण है। जितने ज्यादा लोग आपके जाने के समय या जाने के बाद आंसू बहे निकलेंगे, वही आपका सक्सेसफुल जीवन है। तो इस दो सांसों में हमारा जीवन चलता है। सांस लेते हैं यानी एनर्जी लेते हैं, सांस छोड़ते हैं तो शरीर रिलैक्स हो जाता है। सांस अंदर जाती है, ऑक्सीजन लेते हैं, बाहर जाती है तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड छोड़ते हैं। हमारे शरीर में जो भी टॉक्सिन निकलते हैं, 85 to 90% टॉक्सिन सिर्फ सांस के द्वारा हमारे शरीर से बाहर चले जाते हैं। 8% मलमूत्र द्वारा जाते हैं, और 2% कान, नाक, त्वचा। ऐसे हमारे शरीर की शुद्धि होती रहती है। तो हमें सांस के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए। जैसे कि मान लो खाना नहीं खाया, सिर्फ पानी पिया और सांस लिया, कितने दिन आदमी जिंदा रहता है? तकरीबन 1 महीने तक जिंदा रह सकता है। 21 दिन रहता है। देखो ना, संतरा व्रत व्रत करते हैं जैन समाज में। तो यानी पानी और सांस लेता है तो 21 दिन या महीने तक आदमी जिंदा रहता है। और पानी नहीं पीता है, सिर्फ सांस लेता है, तो कुछ दिनों तक जिंदा रहता है, 6-7 दिन तक सरवाइव कर सकता है। और सांस नहीं लिया तो कितने दिन? दिन क्या, मिनट भी ज्यादा हो गए, 2 मिनट ज्यादा हो गए, उसके अंदर ही वो हो जाएगा ये सब। तो मिनट भी नहीं, कुछ सेकंड की बात है। तो सांस नहीं लेते तो जीवन नहीं है। नो ब्रेथ नो लाइफ, नो ब्रेथ नो लाइफ। अब हम जानेंगे नो ब्रेथ, KNOW, नो ब्रेथ नो लाइफ। सांस जानिए, जीवन जानिए। तो सांस का बहुत ही हमारे जीवन में महत्व है। तो सांस से हमें एनर्जी आती है। तो क्या करना चाहिए? हमारे लंग्स में हम सांस लेते हैं, तो लंग्स कैपेसिटी दी हमें 100%। लेकिन विज्ञान ये बताता है, रिसर्च ये बताते हैं, हमें 30 to 35% सांस लेते हैं, लंग्स कैपेसिटी का उतना उपयोग करते हैं। तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? लंग्स कैपेसिटी का ज्यादा उपयोग करना चाहिए। अगर मान लो 100 रुपीज खर्चा करने के लिए दिया है, आप घूमने गए हो, तो उसमें 30 ही रुपए का उपयोग करोगे तो कैसे चलेगा? वैसे हमें कैपेसिटी दी है 100%, और उपयोग करे 30 से 35%। ये तो ठीक नहीं है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा हम लंग्स कैपेसिटी का उपयोग करते हैं, तो एनर्जी ज्यादा बनी रहेगी। एनर्जी ज्यादा बनी रहती तो मन की स्थिति अच्छी रहेगी। मन की स्थिति अच्छी रहती तो बाकी सब बातें अपने आप आ जाएगी। जैसे मैंने बताया, शांत मन होगा, एनर्जी बनी रहेगी, काम अच्छा होगा आपका, सेंटर्ड होगा मन। बहुत सारी बातें एक चीज के पीछे। इसीलिए हमें वो सांस के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए। तो हम उसके लिए हम प्राणायाम करेंगे। पर वो मन का स्वभाव क्या है? मन कैसे काम करता है? तो मन क्या करता है? वो एक तो क्या करता है, एग्री या डिसएग्री। एक तो सहमति दर्शाता है, या तो क्या करता है, सहमति नहीं असहमत होता है ना? कुछ टॉपिक आप सुन रहे हो अ, जो व्याख्यान माला आप सुन रहे हो, उसमें जो जो आप वक्ता बोल रहे हैं, तो वक्ता का विचार सुन के मन क्या करेगा, ये ठीक है, एग्री है, डिसएग्री ये नहीं है। ये मन का स्वभाव है। कौन सी भी चीजों में एक तो एग्री होता है, सहमत होता है, या तो डिसएग्री होता है, असहमत होता है। इसलिए मन का स्वभाव है। दूसरा स्वभाव क्या है? मन का दूसरा स्वभाव है, एक तो भटकता है मन। भटकता है यानी क्या? जैसे मान लो सुबह से आप 9-10 से बैठे हो यहाँ पर और सोच रहे हो अभी क्या होगा घर में, दोपहर में क्या खाना बना है, शाम को क्या बना हुआ, यानी आगे जाता है मन, फ्यूचर में जाता है, या तो पीछे जाता है, कल मैंने क्या किया, परसों मैंने क्या किया। इसी क्षण भी अभी हमारा मन पीछे एक तो चला जाता है, पास्ट में चला जाता है, या तो फ्यूचर में चला जाता है। तो ये मन का चालू रहता है, पास्ट फ्यूचर। एक घड़ी का होता है ना लोलक, ऐसे वैसे ही मन का होता है, पास्ट फ्यूचर पास्ट। अगर फ्यूचर में जाता है तो क्या आएगा मन में विचार, कैसा होगा, मेरा कैसा होगा, मेरी मान्यता आएगी कि नहीं है, मुझे पीएचडी करनी है। अलग 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 विचार आते हैं ना, मुझे ये करना है, अगर मैंने पीएचडी की तो मुझे और अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी कब मिलेगी। यानी फ्यूचर में मन जाता है, मेरे फैमिली का कैसा होगा, अगर शादी नहीं हुई है, नई नई जॉब है, तो क्या लाइफ पार्टनर कैसा मिलेगा। यानी मन भविष्य में जाता है तो पहला सवाल मन में आता है, कैसा होगा, मेरा कैसा होगा। चिंता आती है इस सवाल से। यानी मन भविष्य में चला जाता है तो ज्यादातर हमें चिंता लगती है, कैसा होगा। या तो मन भूतकाल में चला जाता है, पास्ट में चला जाता है। मन पास्ट में चला जाता है तो पहला विचार ये आता है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था मेरे साथ, वो दोस्त मुझे ऐसा क्यों बोला, उस शादी में ऐसा क्यों हुआ, वहां पर ऐसा क्यों हुआ, कॉलेज दिन में ऐसा क्यों हुआ, लड़कों ने मेरा क्यों नहीं सुना, मेरा लेक्चर क्यों नहीं सुना पिछले बार। यानी पास्ट के वही विचार आएंगे जिससे आपको परेशानी होगी। तो मन भूतकाल में चला जाता है तो वही विचार आता है जिससे आप पछतावा करते हैं, परेशान होते हैं, और भविष्य के बारे में सोचते हैं तो चिंताएं आती है, और ये कंटिन्यू चालू रहता है मन का भूतकाल। तो क्या करना चाहिए, उस मन को कैसे टिकाए वर्तमान में, उस मन को उस चीज के कैसे हटाए, वही सीखना, वही उसकी प्रैक्टिस करना, वही नॉलेज है। नॉलेज कुछ ज्यादा बात नहीं है, बस उस मन को हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा वर्तमान में कैसे रखें, उस मन को हम कैसे ट्रेन करें कि वो हम जैसे कहे वैसे मन करे। उल्टा होता है, मन जैसे करते वैसे हम करते हैं, वैसे नहीं होना चाहिए। आप जैसे कहो वैसे मन करता है तो आप दुनिया जीत सकते हैं। मन अगर कहता है और आप करते हो तो जैसा आपको जीवन चाहिए नहीं वैसे नहीं होगा। एक 50-60-70 किलो का शरीर, मन बोलता है आज वड़ा पाव खा लूं, चलो मेरे कॉलेज के कैंटीन में या कॉलेज के बाहर बहुत अच्छा सा वड़ा पाव मिलता है, ये बारामती में यहाँ पर मिलता है बनकर वड़े वाले, तो चलो आज जाकर खाता हूं, खुल गया है। तो 60-70 किलो का शरीर उठता है और कैंटीन की तरफ चला जाता है। यानी पावरफुल क्या है, मन पावरफुल है। इसलिए वो मन को समझना, मन के स्वभाव को समझना, और हमें उसको ट्रेन करना चाहिए, प्रशिक्षित करना चाहिए। वही प्रैक्टिस को नॉलेज कहते हैं। वही प्रैक्टिस घर पर भी कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए कुछ हिमालय में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, यहीं पर भी कर सकते हैं, कुछ ज्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा दिन में आधा पौना 1 घंटा देते हैं तो अपने आप आपको उसका एक्सपीरियंस हो सकता है। तीसरा है, मन का स्वभाव होता है निगेटिव बातों को पकड़ के रखना। मान लो अभी तो सभी के मुझे वीडियो ऑफ आ रहे हैं, मान लो कि पांडरे सर जी है, नीलेश जी है, और नीलेश जी की मैंने बहुत तारीफ की, वाह क्या नीलेश जी, क्या आज लेवेंडर कलर का शर्ट क्या अच्छा दिखता है आपको, आपकी हेयर स्टाइल ना इतनी बढ़िया है ना, बस आप तो कॉलेज में ना सुपर टीचर हो, एकदम सबके फेमस हो, आपकी चलते हैं ना आप तो आप लोग देखते हैं। मैं 10 तारीफ करूं नीलेश सर की और एक बार उनको कहूं, नीलेश सर वो लेना नहीं है मन पे, मैं एक एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ। नीलेश सर से मैं बोलूं सर आपकी नाक अच्छी नहीं है क्या होगा? नीलेश सर क्या याद रखें, 10 महीने कॉम्प्लीमेंट दिए वो भूल जाएंगे, और क्या याद रखेंगे, जब भी मैं उनसे मिलूंगा वो मुझे याद करेंगे, वही अरे उन्होंने मुझे गलत बोला, उन्होंने मेरे नाक के बारे में बोला, उन्होंने मुझे ये बोला। यानी मन क्या करता है, निगेटिविटी को पकड़ता है, ये मन का स्वभाव है। 10 बार किसी दोस्त ने हमको हेल्प की, मदद की, और एक बार उसको नहीं पॉसिबल हुआ, तो हम क्या याद रखते, उसने मुझे मदद नहीं की, मुझे प्रॉब्लम था, मेरा लेक्चर बोला था उसको लेने के लिए, लेकिन उसने नहीं लिया। अरे 10 बार लिया है ना, वो सोचो ना आप। नहीं, लेकिन नहीं सोचते हम। फिर क्या करना चाहिए हमें, पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव चीज की तरफ जाना है। ये मन का स्वभाव है, निगेटिव चीजें पकड़ के रखता है मन में, और उसका बोझ बन जाता है, और उस बोझ से हमें अलग अलग बीमारियां शुरू हो जाती है। मैं बताता हूँ अभी के जमाने में हेल्थ कंडीशन क्या है हमारी। हम अच्छे समाज का सपना देखने वालों में से है, समाज अच्छा हो। हम एजुकेशन सेक्टर में है, सेवा सेक्टर बोला जाता है, एजुकेशन सेक्टर इज अ सेवा सेक्टर। हमें एक तो जॉब है, इनकम आ जाएगा, एक दूसरी बात है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा आपके स्टूडेंट किस पोजीशन में जाते हैं ना, वो देख करके आपका नाम निकालेंगे ना। इवरेकर सर जी ने हमें बहुत अच्छा टीचिंग किया, भोईटे मैडम ने इतना अच्छा टीचिंग किया, पाटिल सर ने इतना अच्छा टीचिंग किया कि मेरा M3 सब्जेक्ट एकदम क्लियर हो गया। ऐसे अलग अलग ना, डॉक्टर कृष्णा सर ने हमें इतना अच्छा पढ़ाया, उसीलिए मैं अच्छा इंजीनियरिंग कर पाया, मुझे अच्छी जॉब मिल गई। यानी आपको नहीं भूलेंगे, क्योंकि उनका जीवन उसी के ऊपर डिपेंड होता है, इसलिए मैं सेवा क्षेत्र कहता हूँ उसे। तो एजुकेशन में हम पढ़ाते हैं अच्छे, एक पीढ़ी तैयार करते हैं, एक एक पीढ़ी तैयार करते हैं, तो अच्छी पीढ़ी तैयार करते हैं। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ हम देखते हैं, मैं तो सवाल करना चाहता हूँ, हमारी हेल्थ कंडीशन क्या है? पुराने जमाने में लोग ज्यादा बीमार थे क्या अभी के जमाने में ज्यादा बीमार है? दूसरा मेरा सवाल है, पुराने जमाने में लोग ज्यादा खुश थे या अभी के जमाने में ज्यादा खुश थे? आप चार्ट कर सकते हो। ऑब्वियसली अभी के जमाने में ज्यादा लोगों को हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम है। पुराने जमाने में कभी किसी को, एक आध व्यक्ति को वयस्क होने के बावजूद वो किसी को डायबिटीज, किसी को बीपी के हाइपरटेंशन की प्रॉब्लम होती थी। अभी सर्रास हर एक घर में तो शुगर या बीपी का पेशेंट मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, 30-40 साल होने के बाद। क्यों हो गया ऐसा? अभी तो सुविधाएं ज्यादा हो गई, साइंस ने तो बहुत बहुत सारी मंजिलें पार कर दी। उस टाइम में तो बहुत सब कुछ, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं था, ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल नहीं थे, ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी। क्यों ऐसा हो गया? लोग क्यों खुश होते उस टाइम में? अभी हैप्पीनेस सर्वे देखते हैं 2016 में, भारत इंडिया 118 रैंक पे था। मुझे बहुत ही सोचने वाली बात लगती है। 2017 में 122 पे गया, 2019 में 2019 पिछले साल भारत इंडिया हमारा 139 रैंक पर गया हैप्पीनेस सर्वे में। नीचे 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 चला जा रहा है, और एक तरफ हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से बहुत तरक्की कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ लोगों की खुशी, जिस खुशी के लिए जीवन में सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, वो पीछे पीछे चला जा रहा है। ये सोचने वाली बात है। इसलिए हमने हैप्पीनेस पे, हेल्थ पे ध्यान देना चाहिए। क्यों ऐसा हो गया? 139 पे क्यों चला गया? जो भारत किसी समय में पूरी दुनिया का GDP सबसे ज्यादा था, अभी क्यों ऐसा हो गया? ये सोचने वाली बात है। कहीं ना कहीं तो हमें दोनों साथ साथ लेकर करना चाहिए। एक साथ हमें हेल्थ भी अच्छी रखनी है, हैप्पीनेस भी अच्छी रखनी है। टेक्नोलॉजी की तरक्की कर रहे हैं हम, तो इसका हमें इक्वेशन करना पड़ेगा। हर एक 7 व्यक्ति के बाद हर एक 7 व्यक्ति के बाद एक व्यक्ति को डायबिटीज है। अभी भारत की हेल्थ कंडीशन आपको बता रहा हूँ मैं। हर 7 व्यक्ति के बाद एक व्यक्ति को शुगर का, अभी तो स्टेटस हो गए मेरे, मुझे शुगर है, स्टेटस से बोलते हैं लोग। दूसरा बोलते हैं 13 व्यक्ति के पीछे एक व्यक्ति को हाइपरटेंशन, बीपी की बीमारी है। और कैंसर तो ऐसा है जैसे कि सर्दी जुकाम होता है ना, वैसे कैंसर की परिस्थिति हो गई। मैं जाता हूँ, मैं अलग अलग लोगों के साथ कोर्स लेता हूँ, पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड से होते हैं या तो ऑफिसर होते हैं। हर एक बैच में मुझे एक या दो पर्सनल आकर के मिलते हैं और बोलते हैं सर मुझे ये अलग अलग कैंसर है। इतनी आसानी से कैंसर हो, अभी कैंसर की तो ट्रेन चल रही है पंजाब से। अब कैंसर का बारामती में हॉस्पिटल बनने जा रहा है, बारिशी में है, बहुत सारे जगहों में कैंसर हॉस्पिटल है। ऐसा क्या हुआ? अभी सांगली डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक तालुका में 20,000 कैंसर पेशेंट एक गांव में है। नाम नहीं बताऊंगा मैं आपको। ये हेल्थ कंडीशन है हमारा। ये अच्छी बात है कि सही बात है। इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ थोड़ा समय निकाल करके हमारे लाइफस्टाइल के बारे में, हमारे हेल्थ के बारे में हमें अवेयर होकर के उसको प्रैक्टिकल में लाना है। 24 घंटे है हमारे पास, हम बोलते टाइम नहीं है, ये तो बिल्कुल गलत बात है। टाइम क्यों नहीं, टाइम निकलना पड़ता है खुद के लिए। दिन में ना, मैं एक आज फॉर्मूला बताऊंगा। 20 साल में मुझे जो अनुभव हुआ है, उस अनुभव से मैंने एक फॉर्मूला तैयार किया है। तो जाते जाते मैं आपको फॉर्मूला बताऊंगा क्या करना है। एक 60 to 70 मिनट का फॉर्मूला है, उसमें आपको क्या क्या करना है। इसीलिए हमें फिजिकली, साइकोसोमेटिक डिसीजेस हमारे बढ़ रहे हैं अलग अलग, मेंटली हमें फिट रहना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए हमें थोड़ा सा प्राणायाम, मेडिटेशन, थोड़ा वर्कआउट करना चाहिए दिन में, वो सब करना चाहिए। अभी फिजिकली दिक्कतें क्या है, 2-3 दिक्कतें बताता हूँ मैं, टाइम का मुझे लिमिट बताया गया है। तो इसलिए 2-3 मैं हेल्थ कंडीशन आपको बताऊंगा कि क्या क्या दिक्कतें हैं अभी के लाइफस्टाइल में। हमें एसिडिटी का बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है। 70 to 80% लोगों को एसिडिटी होती है। एसिडिटी क्यों होती है? उसके 3-4 मेन रीजन है। हमारा क्या खाते हैं हम, अभी तो स्पाइसी खाना ज्यादा बढ़ गया है लोगों का, प्रोसेस्ड फूड खा जाते हैं, पैकेजिंग फूड खाते हैं, इससे एसिडिटी बनेगी ही। तो ज्यादा एसिडिटी रहेगी तो बाद में आपको लोग, अगर आपको एज ज्यादा नहीं है और आपके मसल्स पेन रहे, जॉइंट्स पेन हो रहे हैं, तो समझ लेना कि हमारे खाने में हम कुछ ना कुछ तो गलत खा रहे हैं। एक तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? तो एसिडिटी दूर करने के लिए मैं एक आसान सा उपाय बता रहा हूँ। आपके पास नोट और पेन है तो नोट पैड पे आप या नोटबुक में लिख सकते हो क्या करना है। एक आसान उपाय बताता हूँ मैं, जिनको ज्यादा एसिडिटी होती है वो। एक तो क्या करना चाहिए, रात को 1 लीटर पानी लेना है पीने का। उस 1 लीटर पानी को एक बर्तन में रात भर रखना है। उसमें एक खीरा, काकड़ी बोलते हैं मराठी में उसे, वो काकड़ी के 4 पीस करने हैं सीधे और उस पानी में डालने हैं। और एक नींबू का आधा हिस्सा, उस आधे हिस्से का 2 भाग करना है और उसमें डालना है। और एक काकड़ी यानी खीरा और नींबू, ये नींबू के आधे के दो पीस करके डालने हैं, रात भर वैसे ही रखना है। सुबह वो खीरा निकाल करके और नींबू निकाल करके फेंक देना है। वो पानी अल्कलाइन हो जाएगा। वो पानी, अल्कलाइन पानी आपको जितना हो सके खाली पेट पीना है। और बाकी का पानी घर वालों को या दूसरे पानी के साथ दिन भर में पी सकते हो। आपकी एसिडिटी की प्रॉब्लम कुछ दिनों में नील हो जाएगी। वो कभी भी कर सकते हैं आप, उसको ज्यादा कुछ खर्चा नहीं है। वो आपको एसिडिटी की टैबलेट नहीं खानी पड़ेगी, है ना। तो या कुछ लेना नहीं पड़ेगा। ये बहुत बहुत सारे ऐसे टिप्स है जो हम घर में हैं, ज्यादा कहीं पर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। दूसरा, हम व्हाइट शुगर खाते हैं। व्हाइट शुगर में सल्फर की मात्रा होती है। व्हाइट शुगर बनाते समय, व्हाइट बनने के लिए सल्फर का यूज करते हैं। उस सल्फर से क्या होता है, हमारे शरीर में पेन शुरू होते, जॉइंट्स पेन शुरू होते हैं। कम उम्र है, पीठ दुखती है, कमर दुखती है, क्योंकि वो सल्फर को पचाने के लिए शरीर को कैल्शियम की जरूरत होती है। और सल्फर कैल्शियम पहले कहाँ से लेता है? जहां पर ज्यादा कम इजीली ले सके, वो हमारा स्पाइन से कैल्शियम कंज्यूम करता है। उसके बाद हम ये करना चाहिए, सल्फर वाली शुगर अवॉइड करना चाहिए। उसकी बजाय ब्राउन शुगर आती है, सल्फर फ्री ब्राउन जैगरी आती है, वो खा सकते हैं आप। उससे आपकी शिकायत 1-2 महीने में पेन से बॉडी में वो चला जाएगा। या तो आने वाले समय में कैल्शियम की टैबलेट खानी पड़ेगी आपको, अगर ज्यादा आप व्हाइट शुगर कंज्यूम करते हैं तो। फिर और क्या दिक्कतें बढ़ रही है लोगों को? देखो, मैं अभी एक बैंक में गया था, बारामती में एक बैंक था, गवर्नमेंट बैंक में। अभी दिवाली से पहले उस ऑफिसर से मिला, दिवाली के बाद पड़ा कि 99% ब्लॉकेजेस है। तुरंत एंजियोप्लास्टी करनी पड़ी और सब कुछ करना पड़ा। एज ज्यादा नहीं है, 30-35 एज है। क्या हुआ? ऐसा क्यों हुआ? तो एक तो स्ट्रेस तो मेन रीजन है ही। दूसरा रीजन था, हम ऑयल जो खाते हैं वो रिफाइंड ऑयल से हमारे शरीर में ज्यादा दिक्कतें बढ़ सकती है। तो रिफाइंड ऑयल अवॉइड कीजिए। हो सके तो जो खाने पे मिलता है वही ऑयल ला करके खाने में बहुत अच्छा है। तो हेल्थ के बारे में बहुत कुछ बताने को है, टाइम की वजह से मैं, अगर आपको कुछ सवाल है तो क्वेश्चन आंसर हम बाद में करेंगे। अब थोड़ा सा सूक्ष्म योगा करते हैं, क्योंकि टाइम कम है, नहीं तो पूरा 1-1.5 घंटे का भी ले सकता हूँ मैं। तो बैठे बैठे बहुत देर से बैठे हो, तो मेरे साथ थोड़ा सा सूक्ष्म योगा करिए। आप थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेच कीजिए बॉडी, राइट साइड, लेफ्ट साइड। अभी मैं क्या करूंगा, सूक्ष्म योगा लेने के बाद प्राणायाम का बताऊंगा। प्राणायाम करेंगे हम थोड़ा सा बैठे बैठे। प्राणायाम के बाद हम मेडिटेशन करेंगे। ध्यान का महत्व इतना है, तो आज सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत लोगों को है मेडिटेशन की। एक तो मेडिसिन खाओ या मेडिटेशन करो, दो ही ऑप्शन है। तो दिन में 20 मिनट का ध्यान करते हैं तो 4 से 6 घंटे की नींद जितनी लेते हैं, वो नींद की वजह से जो रिलैक्सेशन महसूस होता है, वो 20 मिनट के ध्यान से होता है। इसलिए दिन में 2 बार किया तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, कम से कम एक बार तो मेडिटेशन करना जरूरी है। अलग अलग प्रकार के मेडिटेशन है, उसमें आप गाइडेड मेडिटेशन भी कर सकते हो। यानी बहुत सारे लिंक्स है, मैं सर जी को भेज दूंगा, वो आपके ग्रुप पे शेयर करेंगे। उससे आप खुद मेडिटेशन कर सकते हो। अलग अलग मेडिटेशन है। तो ध्यान 20 मिनट करना बहुत जरूरी है। हमारे मस्तिष्क में, हमारे ब्रेन में ग्रे मैटर नाम का होता है। तो ग्रे मैटर बढ़ने के लिए कौन सी दवा अभी मौजूद नहीं है। तो ग्रे मैटर सिर्फ जो लोग डेली मेडिटेशन करते हैं, प्राणायाम करते हैं, तो उनका ग्रे मैटर में बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ये रिसर्च आए है अभी हाल ही में, 1-1.5 साल पहले आ गया है रिसर्च। तो ग्रे मैटर में वृद्धि होती है मेडिटेशन करने से। मेडिटेशन करने से हमारा सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम में वेगस नर्व है, जो वेगस नर्व ज्यादा ट्रैवल करती है अलग अलग हिस्सों से। वो वेगस नर्व जो होती है, वो हमारी वेगस नर्व हमारे तान, स्ट्रेस की वजह से, गलत लाइफस्टाइल की वजह से सिकुड़ती है। और सिकुड़ने के बाद हमें जैसे चाहिए वैसे फ्री महसूस नहीं करते, हेल्थ कंडीशन बिगड़ती है। तो डेली ध्यान करने से वेगस नर्व अच्छा काम करती है, वो भी रिसर्च आ गया है। वो ध्यान कैसे सीखना है, क्या होता है, उस सब मैं अभी ध्यान ले लूंगा आपका। घर पे भी कर सकते हैं। ध्यान में ज्यादा रुचि है तो उसके अलग अलग कोर्स होते हैं, उसकी भी जानकारी आपको आपके ग्रुप में मिल जाएगी। तो आप ध्यान का अनुभव करेंगे आज। ठीक है, तो दाहिना या बायां हाथ है ना, तो टॉप ऑफ द हेड रखिए और थोड़ा सा मसाज करना है, हल्का सा मसाज करना है। हाँ। उसके बाद साइड स्कल्स, माथे की जो त्वचा है वो हिलनी चाहिए। 3 उंगलियां आंखों के पीछे रख करके थोड़ा सा हल्का सा मसाज करना है। बहुत देर से सुन रहे हो, जैसे कि कंप्यूटर का सीपीयू काम करता है ना, वैसे हमारा ब्रेन है। ओके, आईब्रोज, अंदर से बाहर की ओर हमें प्रेस करना है, हल्के से अंदर के बाहर की ओर। आईब्रोज एक 3 से 4 बार कीजिए। उसके बाद पॉइंटर, तर्जनी आंखों के नीचे से घुमानी, आंखें खुली रख करके। आज जैसे काजल लगाते हैं ना, अभी के काजल भी भूल गए लोग। थम्स अप, अंगूठे आंखें बंद करके अंदर से बाहर नाखून हल्के से प्रेस करना है। जितना आपको सहन होता है उतना ही प्रेस करना है अंदर से बाहर। फिर अंगूठा एक तरफ, बाकी 3 उंगली दूसरी तरफ। दोनों आंखों के बीच में जहां से गंदगी बाहर निकलती है हल्के से प्रेस करना है वहां पर और छोड़ देना है। 3 से 4 बार कीजिए। उसके बाद अपर जॉ एंड लोअर जॉ, अपर जॉ एंड लोअर जॉ उसके बीच में प्रेस करना है। गला, दिन में कभी भी आपको स्ट्रेस महसूस होता है, ये 5-7 मिनट का आप योगा बैठे बैठे कर सकते हो। अभी कान को खींचे नीचे। पहले जमाने में स्कूल में ऐसी बच्चों को शिक्षा की जाती थी, है ना, पनिशमेंट। ऊपर, उसके सब नर्व हमारे ब्रेन के साथ कनेक्टेड है। साइड, बाजू को थोड़ा सा मुड़ करके घुमाना है विपरीत दिशा में। ओके, दांत एक दूसरे के ऊपर, दांत को दबाना है। ऊपर जा एंड लोअर जा। फिर जीवा से अंदर से प्रेस करना है दूसरी तरफ। ओके, तो आंखों को घुमाना है, राइट साइड, लेफ्ट साइड, राइट साइड। ये तो बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि है ना, अभी के जमाने में हमें इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइस के ऊपर ज्यादा देखना पड़ता है। मोबाइल देखते हैं, अप डाउन, अप डाउन, ऊपर नीचे, राइट साइड अप, लेफ्ट साइड डाउन, राइट साइड अप, लेफ्ट साइड डाउन। चालू रखिए, राइट साइड अप, लेफ्ट साइड डाउन। अभी लेफ्ट साइड अप, राइट साइड डाउन, लेफ्ट साइड अप, राइट साइड डाउन, अप डाउन, अप डाउन। 6 से 7 बार करना है। अभी आंखों को घुमाएंगे नीचे, लेफ्ट साइड, अप, राइट साइड, 360 डिग्री। ज्यादा जल्दी भी नहीं करना है, ज्यादा स्लो भी नहीं करना है, मध्यम गति से करना है। अगर जहां पर तनाव महसूस होता है तो आंखों को ज्यादा जरूरत है। विपरीत दिशा में, एंटी क्लॉकवाइज, राइट अप, लेफ्ट डाउन। 6 से 7 बार करना है। विश्राम, ब्लिंक करना है, बंद करना है, छोड़ना है। फास्ट, लिटिल फास्टर, फास्ट। दोनों आंखें करना है, एक आंख से नहीं करना है। फास्ट फास्ट फास्ट। ओके, अभी चेहरे के ऊपर हाथ घुमाइए। हाँ, फ्रेश लग रहा है, लाइक कर सकते हैं आप। अभी प्राणायाम करेंगे हम। तो प्राणायाम में आपको आराम से बैठना है। 3 प्रकार के मैं प्राणायाम आपको अभी सिखाऊंगा। तो पहला प्राणायाम है उज्जाई ब्रेथ। उज्जाई ब्रेथ, उत संस्कृत शब्द है, उत यानी सांस, जय यानी विक्ट्री। तो सांस के ऊपर विजय प्राप्त करना है। यानी विजय यानी क्या करना है कि जैसे हम करेंगे वैसे सांस आनी चाहिए, जानी चाहिए। तो उज्जाई श्वास, जैसे कि विक्स का गोली खाते हैं ना, उसके बाद गले में कैसा महसूस होता है, गले में ठंडक लगती है। वैसे ही करना है, लेकिन मुंह बंद करके करना है। नाक नासिका से लेना है, लेकिन गले को छूती हुई सांस लेना है। तो रीढ़ की हड्डी सीधी रख के, कुर्सी में बैठे हो तो कोई बात नहीं है, सोफा में बैठे हो तो भी कोई बात नहीं, जैसा आपका अच्छा लगे। गले को छूती हुई सांस अंदर लेना है, गले को छूती हुई सांस बाहर छोड़ना है। सांस का थोड़ा सा आपको आवाज आएगा, साउंड आएगा। सांस लीजिए, 2 3 4, छोड़े, 2 3 4 5 6, सांस अंदर, 2 3 4, छोड़े, 2 3 4 5 6, ब्रेथ इन, 2 3 4, ब्रीथ आउट, 2 3 4 5 6, breath in, 2 3 4, breathe out, 2 3 4 5 6, कंटिन्यू, चालू रखे। गले को छूती हुई सांस अंदर लेते रहे और जितनी देर लिया है उससे थोड़ा देर ज्यादा छोड़ना है। सांस अंदर, 2 3 4, छोड़े, 2 3 4 5 6, कंटिन्यू, और 3 से 4 सांसें ले। विश्राम करें, कीप आईज क्लोज, आंखें बंद रखे। फील द सेंसेशन इन योर माइंड एंड बॉडी। शरीर में जो संवेदनाएं हो रही है उसकी ओर ध्यान दे, आंखें बंद रखे। धीरे धीरे आंखें खोले। Slowly and gradually you may open your eyes. अब हम दूसरा प्राणायाम करेंगे। अभी का प्राणायाम किया है उसे उज्जाई ब्रेथ कहते हैं। उसकी आप प्रैक्टिस 3 से 5 मिनट कर सकते हैं घर पे। जैसे जैसे आपको आदत हो जाएगी, टाइम थोड़ा बढ़ा सकते हैं, 10 मिनट तक जा सकते हैं, ज्यादा नहीं करना है फिर। तो दूसरा प्राणायाम करेंगे, ऑल्टरनेट नॉस्ट्रिल ब्रीदिंग, यानी नाड़ी शोधन प्राणायाम। नाड़ी यानी हमारी राइट और लेफ्ट नॉस्ट्रिल से जो चलती है उसे नाड़ी बोलते हैं। राइट नॉस्ट्रिल इज सूर्य नाड़ी, लेफ्ट नॉस्ट्रिल इज चंद्र नाड़ी, यानी पिंगला ईडा बोलते हैं इसे। और दोनों साथ में चलते तो उसे सुषुम्ना बोलते हैं। तो हम क्या करेंगे, दाहिनी नासिका बंद करेंगे और बाई ओर से सांस छोड़ेंगे, फिर बाई ओर से लेंगे, दाहिनी बंद करेंगे, और बाई बंद करेंगे, दाई ओर से लेंगे, यानी राइट से सांस लेंगे, लेफ्ट को छोड़ेंगे, लेफ्ट से लेंगे, राइट को छोड़ेंगे। ये दोनों उंगलियां जो है, द पॉइंटर एंड मिडल फिंगर बिटवीन द आईब्रोज, तो थम्स ऑन राइट नॉस्ट्रिल, छोटी उंगली और अनामिका करें, और लेफ्ट नॉस्ट्रिल पे। तो लेफ्ट साइड से सांस छोड़िए, साधारण सांस में करना है। तो लेफ्ट से सांस ले, लेफ्ट बंद करे, राइट नॉस्ट्रिल से छोड़ दे, दाई नासिका से छोड़े, फिर दाहिनी नासिका से सांस ले, लेफ्ट से छोड़े, डाव्या नासिकेने श्वास सोडा, डाव्या बाजूने घ्या, डावी बंद करा, उजव्या नासिकेने श्वास सोडा। जिस तरफ हम सांस छोड़ते हैं उसी बाजू से लेना है, पहली ओर छोड़ना है। चालू रखिए, आंखें बंद रखिए। कीप आईज क्लोज, स्पाइन इरेक्ट, रीढ़ की हड्डी सीधी रखिए, आंखें बंद रखिए। एक तरफ से सांस लेते हैं हम, दूसरी तरफ छोड़ते हैं। बहुत आराम से करना है, स्ट्रेस नहीं देना है सांस के ऊपर। दूसरी तरफ से सांस लेते हैं, पहली ओर छोड़ते हैं। चालू रखना है ऐसे ऐसे। एक नासिका से सांस ले रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ छोड़ रहे हैं। जिस तरफ छोड़ रहे हैं उसी बाजू से सांस ले रहे हैं, पहली तरफ छोड़ रहे हैं। कंटिन्यू, पूरी सजगता के साथ करें। आफ्टर दिस राउंड यू मे रिलैक्स। ए राउंड पूरा होने के बाद विश्राम करें। दोनों हथेली घुटनों के ऊपर या जंघा के ऊपर रखें। आंखें बंद रखें। मन जो शांत हुआ है उसकी ओर ध्यान दें। शरीर में जो प्रसन्नता महसूस हो रही है उसकी ओर ध्यान दें। गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे, और धीरे धीरे अपना समय लेते हुए आंखें खोल सकते हो। अब जब हमने प्राणायाम किया उसे अनुलोम विलोम भी कहते हैं, नाड़ी शोधन भी कहते हैं। अब हम एक प्राणायाम करेंगे, उसका नाम है भस्त्रिका। अभी का जमाना जो है तो तुरंत जो भी चाहिए तो इंस्टेंट चाहिए तुरंत, तो भस्त्रिका प्राणायाम करेंगे। उसके बाद एक छोटा सा ध्यान करेंगे। तो भस्त्रिका प्राणायाम करते हैं वज्रासन में। आप आराम से बैठ के भी कर सकते हैं। वज्रासन यानी पैरों को फोल्ड करना है और दोनों पैर के बीच में बैठना है, उसे वज्रासन कहते हैं। आप आराम से बैठ के भी कर सकते हैं। अगर आप कुर्सी में बैठे हो तो आराम से बैठ के करना है। तो हल्की मुट्ठी कंधों के सामने रखना है। सांस लेते लेते हाथ को ऊपर उठाना है, मुट्ठी को खोलना है और सांस छोड़ना है। मुट्ठी बंद करना है, हाथ नीचे लाना है, साधारण सांस में करेंगे। मैं एक बार करके दिखाता हूँ, फिर हम साथ में करेंगे। भस्त्रिका, इस प्राणायाम से इंस्टेंट तुरंत एनर्जी आती है, जमाना सब तुरंत का है। वैसे इन कहते हैं तो हाथ ऊपर, मुट्ठी खुली, अंक बोलते हैं तो हाथ नीचे, मुट्ठी बंद, सांस छोड़ना है। आप सिर्फ देखिए, फिर साथ में करते हैं। इन आउट, इन आउट, मैंने 10 बार किया है, ऐसे 15 बार करना है। फिर विश्राम करना है। विश्राम के समय हथेली आसमान की तरफ खुली हुई। फिर 15 बार करना है, फिर विश्राम करना है। सांस अंदर बोला जाएगा तो हाथ ऊपर लेना है, मुट्ठी खोलना है। बाहर बोला जाएगा तो हाथ नीचे, मुट्ठी बंद, सांस छोड़ना है। 15-15 के 3 राउंड करेंगे। उसके बाद आराम से बैठेंगे और मैं सूचना दे दूंगा, तो वैसे आंखें बंद करके सिर्फ सुनना है, एफर्टलेस। एक छोटा सा ध्यान करेंगे। रेडी, सब तैयार? आंखें बंद करें, कीप आईज क्लोज। हल्की मुट्ठी कंधों के सामने। एक साधारण सांस ले और छोड़ दे, आंखें बंद रखे। अब हम भस्त्रिका प्राणायाम शुरू करते हैं। ब्रेथ इन, आउट, इन, आउट। सांस अंदर, बाहर, अंदर, बाहर। इन, आउट। इन 7, इन 8, इन 9, इन 10, इन 11, in 12, in 13, in 14, in 15। विश्राम करें। हथेली घुटनों के ऊपर, आंखें बंदी रखें। पूरा ध्यान शरीर में जो ऊर्जा का प्रवाह महसूस हो रहा है उसकी ओर दे। फील द फ्लो ऑफ एनर्जी। गेट रेडी फॉर सेकेंड राउंड। दूसरे राउंड के लिए तैयार हो जाए। हल्की मुट्ठी कंधों के सामने। एक साधारण सांस ले और छोड़ दे। एक साथ भस्त्रिका करेंगे। ब्रेथ इन, आउट, इन, आउट, इन, आउट। अंदर, बाहर, अंदर, बाहर। इन 6, इन 7, इन 8, इन 9, इन 10, इन 11, in 12, in 13, in 14, in। विश्राम करें। फील द फ्लो ऑफ एनर्जी। कीप आईज क्लोज। शरीर में जो ऊर्जा का प्रवाह महसूस हो रहा है उसके ध्यान दें। आंखें बंद रखें। खुद के साथ विश्राम करें। गेट रेडी फॉर फाइनल राउंड। हल्की मुट्ठी कंधों के सामने। एक साधारण सांस ले और छोड़ दे। एक साथ भस्त्रिका शुरू करते हैं। ब्रेथ इन 1, इन 2, इन 3, इन 4, इन 5, इन 6, in 7, in 8, in 9, in 10, in 11, in 12, in 13, in 14, in। विश्राम करें। फील द फ्लो ऑफ एनर्जी। पूरा ध्यान शरीर में जो ऊर्जा आ रही है उसकी ओर दे। आंखें बंद रखते हुए अगर वज्रासन में बैठे हैं तो वज्रासन छोड़ दे। आराम से बैठ जाएं। आंखें बंद ही रख के हम छोटा सा ध्यान करेंगे अब। जिस आसन में आप बैठे हो, कुर्सी में या सोफा में या जमीन पर, आराम से बैठे। दोनों हाथ घुटने के ऊपर। एक गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। और एक गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। वातावरण की ओर ध्यान ले जाएं। वातावरण में जो आवाज सुनाई दे रही है उसकी ओर ध्यान ले जाएं। पंखे की आवाज, लोगों की बोलने की आवाज। उन सभी आवाजों की ओर ध्यान ले जाएं। बांसुरी की आवाज, उन सभी आवाजों का स्वीकार करें। Accept all noises around you. गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। Take a deep breath in. As you breathe out, relaxes the body. अब हमारा ध्यान शरीर की ओर ले आए। हमारा शरीर इस प्रकृति की अनमोल देन है। अपने शरीर का सम्मान करें। ऑनर योर बॉडी। गहरी सांस ले और छोड़े दे। दाहिने पैर की ओर ध्यान ले जाए। राइट फुट, दाहिना घुटना, राइट नी, दाहिनी जंघा, राइट थाई, दाहिनी कमर, राइट हिप, पूरा दाया पैर और राइट लेग। एक साधारण सांस ले और छोड़ दे। बाएं पैर की ओर ध्यान ले जाए। Attention to the left. Baya घुटना, left knee, left thigh, बाई जंघा, left hip, बाई कमर, पूरा बाया पैर, the whole of left leg, गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। Take your attention to the upper lung. नाभि के निचले हिस्से की ओर ध्यान ले जाए। पेट, स्टमक, चेस्ट, छाती, शोल्डर्स, कंधे, दायां हाथ, राइट हैंड, बायां हाथ, लेफ्ट हैंड, गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। गला, चेहरा, फेस, माथा, हेड, पूरा शरीर, होल बॉडी, पूरा शरीर। एक गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। अब हमारा ध्यान मन में जो विचार आ रहे हैं उसकी ओर ध्यान ले जाएं। अच्छे विचार या बुरे विचार, उन विचारों का स्वीकार करें। अब हमारी भावनाओं के प्रति सजग हो जाए। मन में आ रही भावनाएं, सुखद भावना या असुखद भावना, भावनाओं के प्रति सजग हो जाए। गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय। शांति शांति शांति। एक गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। अपने भावनाओं के प्रति सजग हो जाए। अपने विचारों के प्रति सजग हो जाए। और एक गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। अपने शरीर के प्रति सजग हो जाए। वातावरण के प्रति सजग हो जाए। शरीर और वातावरण के प्रति सजग होते होते गहरी सांस ले और छोड़ दे। और जब भी आंखें खोलने का मन हो, अपना समय लेते हुए धीरे धीरे आंखें खोल सकते हो। When you feel relaxed, you can open your eyes. अब कैसा है मन? अच्छा है, शांत हो गया मन। हाँ, तो अभी आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग का एक बहुत ही सुंदर प्रोग्राम है, ऑनलाइन ब्रेथ एंड मेडिटेशन वर्कशॉप। उसमें सुदर्शन क्रिया सिखाई जाती है। अगर आपने सीखा नहीं है सुदर्शन क्रिया तो जरूर सीखिए, बहुत उसमें लाभ है। सुदर्शन क्रिया एक सांस के आधार पे श्री श्री रविशंकर जी उन्होंने पूरी दुनिया को एक गिफ्ट दिया है हमें, तो जरूर सीखनी चाहिए। सुदर्शन क्रिया डेली करने से बहुत सारे लाभ है। और ध्यान भी सीखिए, ध्यान भी सहज समाधि ध्यान करके बहुत ही अच्छा कोर्स है, उसमें भी आराम से ध्यान कर सकते हैं। अभी जरूरत है हम सबको। अब आपको जो सवाल है पूछ सकते हो। सर युवरेकर सर, नीलेश सर, कुछ सवाल है तो पूछ सकते हैं।
Okay, all the audience are requested to ask the question. Your questions will be welcomed over here, and Mr. Raut sir will answer your question. So, question, please.
बहुत सारे लोगों के रिप्लाई आ रहे हैं, तो थैंक यू।
Yes.
हाँ, अनिल सर पूछ सकते हैं। इसमें जो चैटिंग में सवाल है तो पूछ, नीलेश सर आप पूछ सकते हो।
Yes, yes. All the participants are requested to on their videos. We shall have a group photo. If you have any question, please feel free to ask your questions regarding this session. Yes.
हाँ, अनिल
Hi.
पाटिल सर पूछ सकते हो प्रश्न।
हाँ, yes, Anil Patil sir, you can have a question, please. So, sir, unmute mic. Patil sir.
Raut sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, let me first thank you for this session. It has really made our mind calm, quiet, and feel energetic also at the end of the end session. So I just want to know, many of us nowadays are going through stress, and if we call it stress, it is we feel more stress.
Yeah.
Right? You will
Yeah.
agree with me.
Yeah.
So I just want to know this Sudarshan Kriya, as you have rightly mentioned,
Yeah.
it is the gift given by Ravi Shankar ji to the world. So how many times we can do this Sudarshan Kriya in a day? And if it is available, how can we do it rightly? Because it has to be done rightly also. So if it is available through your sessions, because we can have practice in the beginning in Baramati, many of us can plan and practice it and learn it. Please.
Yes, sir. Now online program goes on online platform. फिजिकली होता है कोर्स, लेकिन अभी ऑनलाइन हो रहे कोर्स। तो अब ऑनलाइन सीख सकते हैं। 4 दिन का प्रोग्राम होता है, 2 घंटे का ऑनलाइन, और फिजिकली 6 दिन का होता है, वहां पर सिखाए। अभी फिजिकली प्रोग्राम नहीं हो रहे, तो ऑनलाइन कर सकते हैं। उसका डिटेल्स या नंबर मैं सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, ग्रुप में शेयर करते हैं, तो उसमें सीख सकते हैं। और ये सुदर्शन क्रिया डेली करते हैं। सुदर्शन क्रिया करने के लिए पूरा प्राणायाम के साथ करने के लिए आधा घंटा लगता है। जो डेली करते हैं तो बहुत सारे लाभ है उसके, अनुभव करने की चीज है। जैसे कि मैं कितना ही बताऊंगा, गुलाब जामुन का शेप ये है, कलर है, तो खाने से ही पता चलेगा वैसे ही।
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Please share the details.
Yes,
right.
sir.
And yeah, thank you for taking time. Of course, English Pandey sir will continue. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Patil sir, for your kind question. Now, Gauri madam will have a question.
Hello, I am audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yes, just I want to share my experience, sir. So I am doing this some part of meditation and pranayam from last 3-4 years, and it is very helpful, I think. तो मैं हिंदी में मेरा अनुभव शेयर करती हूँ। 2-3 साल पहले 2-3 साल से मैं रेगुलर नहीं, लेकिन कभी कभी करती थी। लेकिन 3 साल पहले थोड़ा सा मुझे निमोनिया जैसे सिम्टम्स हुए थे सर, और उसके बाद मैंने ये प्राणायाम रेगुलरली स्टार्ट किए। जस्ट बसरिका एंड नाड़ी शोधन, हम अनुलोम विलोम जो बोलते हैं। तो इट इज वेरी बेनिफिट फॉर मी, एंड इन दिस पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन ऑल्सो आई फील दैट मेरा जो शरीर है वो थोड़ा सा सर्दी खांसी जल्दी हो जाती है। तो मैं थोड़ा डरती थी, लेकिन जब मैंने उस टाइम में भी ये कंटिन्यू किया तो आई फील वेरी फिट। एंड इसमें भी मैंने बहुत बार मेडिटेशन भी रविशंकर जी का ऑनलाइन आता था, वो भी मैंने किया, तो बहुत अच्छा अनुभव है। इफ यू फील स्ट्रेस सपोज अगर किसी को स्ट्रेस रहता है, काम का रहता है, घर का रहता है, बहुत सारा स्ट्रेस रहता है, हमारा लाइफ में भी बहुत सारे स्ट्रेस है, तो जो ये सर ने लिया छोटा सा मेडिटेशन भी हम रिकॉल करके करते हैं, तभी भी आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, बहुत ये होगा. तो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स टू टेक द बेनिफिट, ज्वाइन द सेशन. एंड जैसे सर ने बताया कि गुलाब जाम खाने का अनुभव होता है, वैसे वो उसका एक्सपीरियंस हम खाने के बाद ही करते हैं. अगर मैंने कितना भी एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया, वो हमें उसका खाने के बाद ही अनुभव है. तो सेम थिंग फॉर दिस मेडिटेशन एंड प्राणायाम. और हम जितना वो करेंगे वैसे आप महसूस करेंगे. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी रिक्वायर्ड थिंग इन दिस सिचुएशन, इन दिस कोविड सिचुएशन. अभी हमने देखा जिसकी इम्यूनिटी पावर अच्छी है वो फिट है घर में, नहीं तो फिर प्रॉब्लमेटिक होता है बहुत सारे लोगों को. एंड इसके बाद भी ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स को हमें फेस करना है. तो वी हैव टू बॉडी एंड आवर फिटनेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. So it is my request to all participants to do such sessions and do practice regularly, exercise. And thank you, Raut sir, for this wonderful, wonderful meditation session. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. Pandit.
दो
Thank you.
सवाल आ गए इसमें. एक सवाल है कि विंटर के सीजन में बच्चों को कान में दर्द होता है, तो विंटर के सीजन में बच्चों को जुकाम सर्दी होता है ज्यादातर, उसकी वजह से कान में दर्द होने की शिकायतें ज्यादा होती है. ज्यादातर मेन ये रीजन होता है. तो बच्चों को भ्रामरी करके प्राणायाम है, भ्रामरी प्राणायाम हम उनसे करवाते हैं 2 मिनट का, दिन में 2 या 2 बार, तो दर्द की शिकायत दूर हो जाती है. और जैसे ही विंटर शुरू हो जाता है तो शहद के साथ यानी हनी के साथ उनको सीतोफलादी चूर्ण का देते हैं, तो दोनों तकरार दूर हो जाएगी. और दूसरा सवाल है कि सुदर्शन क्रिया करने के टाइम सुटेबल टाइम कौन सा है. तो सुदर्शन क्रिया सुबह या शाम कर सकते हैं, खाली पेट करना चाहिए, जिन्होंने सीखा है उन्होंने. और कुछ सवाल है तो हम लेते हैं, नहीं तो फिर आज मुझे आपने, प्रिंसिपल सर ने, आपने सबने यहाँ पर बोलने का मौका दिया, इसलिए आप सबका धन्यवाद.
Hello, hello,
हाँ सर.
hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes sir.
Sir, I am also performing Sudarshan Kriya from last 13 years continuously without any break.
Yeah.
And definitely it will help me to maintain my immunity, health and everything. And I achieve many things just by performing Sudarshan Kriya. And this is a very nice thing. Everybody must perform, learn and do it regularly. That is my opinion. And I request all participants to take benefit of this, and surely it will help you to improve in many areas, like in research also. Many things I achieved. I got some results of my research. Immediately after performing Sudarshan Kriya, I have got very good thoughts, and definitely that will improve my research component also. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Hurekar, sir, for sharing your nice experience. Those who want to have more questions, please feel free. Okay, Dr. Santaji, sir, do you want to ask question? Okay. I think yes. Sajjan madam, would you like to have a question? Okay, thank you for audience for sharing your questions and having with us. In the vote of thanks, I would like to thanks to today's speaker, eminent speaker, Raut sir. Actually, he has started his session with having a question: what is the word which is googled out frequently, and that is anxiety, then meditation and all these things. He has touched our so many queries and questions. He has started session by telling us the most googled word Googled out words such as meditation, immunity, and depression. It makes us serious about mental health. I'm sure this will help to keep fit and physically to keep us fit and physically fit and mentally fit also. He has also given some taglines: meditation or medicine, know your breath, know your life. So such a wonderful session. Thank for your kind session. I thank you all on the behalf of KBIT Baramati. I thank you all the participants who have made this session beautiful. And I declare over here, this session is over. Thank you, sir. So all the participants are requested to on your video for group photo. Thank you for all the audience. Thank you.